Hello, hello,
Hello,
hello,
everyone.
everyone. Hello, Chiral. How you doing?
Hello, Tips. How you doing? I'm having a great day today. I'm looking forward to tonight, though. This is going to be great.
I'm excited. We've got a bunch of amazing players both today, and of course the WRC team, including Jenn, tomorrow. That's
I'm
going
so
to be
looking forward
super
to tomorrow,
exciting.
yeah. I get to cast one of those matches. It's going to be great.
Woohoo! I get to watch. I get to heckle.
Yes, absolutely. Can't wait to see you in chat, just being like, Jenn, why did you just cut that tile?
Oh no. Hopefully I'm not that. Hopefully I'm not that guy. But welcome to the audience. We're here, Tipzntrix and Chiral here with the Yukan Fuji Cup, the Japanese Professional Women's League, one of many, on the WRC channel. This is session 8 for these teams in the 2024-2025 season. You can follow me right there, Tipzntrix, on Twitch, and there's Chiral, it's me, Chiral, on Twitch as well.
Tip streams every Tuesday, so definitely check them out.
Thank you.
This is great.
Thank you. And definitely check out
Nothing but
Chiral
praise.
as well. Chiral is currently, are you the administrator and streamer as well of the RonRon League, JKRL?
Basically, whenever there is only one table playing, I will try to admin the table and also broadcast their match. There was one group I cast yesterday, and it was very interesting. Like the second game, I think one person won a massive hand, but everyone else was going so quickly and very cheap that it was close, neck and neck until the very end. I wonder if we're going to be seeing a game like that today.
Yeah, one hand versus four smaller hands.
I think in the end, the player who managed to win one big hand actually did take it, but with everyone going quick, it's hard to get that hand in sometimes, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting history behind that too. How the Mangan limit was created and things like that to avoid one big hand ending the whole game. But keep us on track. We will be joined later by President Gemma of the WRC, JPML Pro Jenn, and ARML legendary commentator Arthur. You may know him as Corak. So, right off the bat, we'd appreciate if you give a thumbs up if you showed up. You're one of our avid and consistent fans. Always remember to give us a thumbs up. We'll give you a thumbs up for showing up as well.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. You can't see it, but I'm giving 2 thumbs up right now.
Woo!
But yeah, definitely consider liking, subscribing to the WRC YouTube channel. We will be making more content, and obviously, if you guys are enjoying it, then we'll be trying to get you more of it.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, hello. This broadcast is sponsored by the WRC, the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious international mahjong tournament in the world, the next of which is coming up in Tokyo in 2025.
The quotas for countries throughout the world have just been announced, and we'll be having Gemma in later, so we can ask her about that, get her to talk more.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting here. And the president will have all the details. Today is the Yukan Fuji Cup, and of course the United States Professional Mahjong League is also sponsoring the WRC team in the Yukan Fuji Cup this year. So they run out of Sparrow's Nest, a New York mahjong studio, fully equipped with Slim Score Ultima and even the new Rex 3 auto tables that you see in M League. Very exciting.
Yeah. But yeah, hopefully today you're here for the Yukan Fuji Women's League. It's separated into 2 groups right now. We have the Scepter League in Tokyo and the Orb League in Western Japan. The Scepter League has 64 teams, so it's split into 16 groups of 4. Each group will battle the other 3 teams in their group and try and get the first place position, as the top position in each group makes it to a team final. There's also an individual final for players to be fighting for. So we'll see. We'll see if players try and stand out. I think we have someone who's playing their first game today, so if we're talking about that individual final, who knows how they're going to do.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting.
I know we've heard a lot of tactics about like whether a team tries to put the right player in to try and get that individual score, but we'll see that later on, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, every player I think has to play a minimum amount of games, but there's no maximum. So once all the players have hit the minimum, you can or a team can use the same player a lot if their individual score needs to go up a bit for the individual tournament. Or
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, if they already have a really good score, they can use other players, as you're mentioning about the whole tactics thing.
Speaking of the 16 groups, today we'll be seeing Group 8, which features 2 M-Leaguers.
Yeah,
Wow,
we'll be
seeing
able
one
to...
of those playing today.
That's right, one of them will be on the broadcast table, so that's going to be pretty exciting.
The Orb League, as we were talking about, has only 5 groups, and since they're in different locations, the games are more spread out, and each region has their own schedule, so yeah. There will be people in the Orb League making it through to the same final, I believe.
That's right.
They have to win out in their group as well.
Yes, that's correct.
You mentioned it earlier. WC and the USPML have been sponsoring their own team for Yukan Fuji, made of an entirely international roster. We have Gemma, who we'll be seeing later on, serving as our team captain. Jenn from the US, who I think we'll also be seeing today. Mio
true.
from South Korea and Lika from China are also be playing. They'll be in the table tomorrow. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm really excited to finally see the WRC team on stream. The team we've been hyping up so much. The sponsor of the stream.
Pictures of team members, I think, in the
True.
background sometimes.
Yeah,
but
we've
not as the main player.
We've even seen them playing on the background tables in the camera overview at the beginning. However, today, we have the teams. Whoosh.
What are the teams?
Today's teams. We have Hyoko-do over there on the top right. That is a mahjong parlor, healthy mahjong. They keep it healthy there. They also run JPML A rules days. So they do run sessions where you can play like the pros and you can play the Japanese Professional Mahjong League A rules there.
I've still never played JPML A rules. I need to get to that at some point.
Yeah,
to try and find a group of people who are willing to try that out.
They're very healthy here. No Ipatsu, no Uradora, and no Red Fives, no Akadora.
You got to work. You got to exercise.
Right.
Exercise your brain and get those yaki. We also have Team Sakae, a famous mahjong parlor team. I'm sorry I pronounced that incorrectly.
Well, that's
we
correct.
have Team RonRon from the online client that we had the World Riichi Online Team League at.
Yes.
And Team Spica Akasaka, a no-rate mahjong parlor in Akasaka. So yes.
The Mahjong Spica M Lounge. A very, what's the word? It's very classy. But I know there's a better word. You can see how the green background, very minimalist. They've got the serif font. Really cool looking logo there for Mahjong Spica in the M Lounge. That stands for Mahjong Lounge. I don't know if that's that much of a surprise. Yeah, I do like the logos. They all have their different style.
But they all stand out. It's great. Who will we be seeing, though, in these games?
We've got our first dealer there on the top right is Hinaho Takeda for Hyoko-do. Our South Seed player, Marin Minato, with the little pouty face there from Mahjong Spica. And then as we go around clockwise here in the west seat, we've got Hiroe Sugawara for Team RonRon. And that is our Beast M-Leaguer. As well as Saeka Fujii in the north seat there for Team Mahjong, Riichi Mahjong Sakae.
It's actually Sugawara's first game in this league, so...
I guess she's been too busy playing in another league.
We were talking about that individual thing. I guess it makes sense. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. But I would be like, put my strongest players forward first. But yeah, let's have a look at the scores right now, because you may notice that these scores don't add up to 0. And that would be because Team Spica was late to a session, I believe. They were an hour late, I believe. The way that the late penalty works is that if you are late, you get a further 30-point penalty, but it's 15 extra points of penalty for every 10 minutes you were late. So, as far as I can tell, that means they were 60 minutes late to this game. They've been docked 105 points.
Yeah, they take their timeliness very seriously in Japan in general, but also for this cup as well. We've seen a number of penalties, and as we mentioned, a number of them are for lateness. Jenn has mentioned how hectic it can be for a lot of the players. Some of them manage other jobs. You know, we have an M-Leaguer here, and maybe part of the reason it's her first game is because she's been so busy with the M-League schedule. And, of course, a lot of them are sponsored by mahjong parlors, which means they also do guest jobs at those mahjong parlors, or some of them might even be regulars. For example, May's Bar that brought 2 players over because those are the 2 main staff members of the bar. So that was a very exciting week to cast as well. But yeah, it happens sometimes.
It does mean that this is going to be more interesting for this group, though, right? Because we have a lot of scores that are very close together. Imagine if the first place team here had 105 more points.
Yeah, it would be a pretty big chasm between the two. But as it is now, it's a very close standing session. I mean, however it ended up here, it's very close.
So I can't wait to see how this game goes. Let's see how it does. Let's see what happens. If you're enjoying the content, please like and subscribe. I'm going to say this probably a few more times before the end of the stream, but definitely follow the channel.
That's right. Thumbs up for the stream as we get into game number 1.
Everyone good, and I like the smile from everybody.
It's always good to go into
the hype, you know.
It's always good to go into the game being excited. I think we spot Maruyama there on one of the side tables, and there's Aki Nikaido there, sitting on that back table on the left. There's a number of other faces that we have seen. Oh,
yeah, it really is spot the pro sometimes. Like, I'm not necessarily spot the pro. Everyone's a pro, but like spot your favorite pro. Maybe,
right.
perhaps.
I think right there at the very end, we only saw her for a little bit, but I think we saw Takamiya Mari there, another M-Leaguer, a long-time M-Leaguer. The M-League has been around, what, 4 or 5 seasons now? I think it's 5 seasons.
It feels about
she's
right.
been there since the first season.
A very nice start there for our... not the first dealer, sorry, for Sugawara.
That's right, we're looking at Sugawara here. It seems like the...
I believe they're adjusting the cameras right now.
Gotta fix up the camera. But
we'll be watching the perspective of one player.
Yeah, we got the POV, the Sugawara POV. Speaking of Sugawara, he's very interesting. You know, she's in the M League right now, but she actually failed the JPML protest. She is a JPML player, and it is her first game. And she actually took the Women's Mahjong Study Group in order to study for her second attempt, and she passed on the second attempt. Oh, here comes the tech guy in the back. Says we gotta fix the camera. Guy.
I appreciate you. You do an important job. You really do.
Yeah, now we'll be able to see our other players. I mean, we'll just say that's an M League special, right? That was the M Leaguer spotlight. That's why we had Sugawara's hand the whole time. It's also her first game, so we have to give her a little more shine here. And of course, her hand is this is Marin's hand. Minato Marin.
Yeah, Takeda deciding to cut the 1-3 shape this early to go for a half flash, I think is very interesting. I think it's fine, honestly, but it's aggressive. I like it though. I like it a lot.
I like it as well. Sugawara has actually already won the Saikyosen Women's Championship in 2022. She also runs her own YouTube channel, so a number of reasons why she was chosen for the Beast M League team. The Beast Japan Next. It's Beast Japan Next now from the merger.
Yeah, I love the way that Japan sort of takes 2 words and just squishes them together. It's great.
Yeah, but it does look like Minato's hand here is progressing the fastest. Sugawara might even be going for 7 pairs here. That is 1 away though as well for Fujii.
Yeah, it's always the case, right? When you've got the 1-3 weight,
right?
Do you want to reach it? I think 9 times out of 10 the answer is yes, but I think Jen would disagree with me. Honestly, I think we've had this discussion a few times. Jenn
Mm,
likes to dama and wait for a better weight sometimes. I've noticed that, at least in her commentary.
right. Takeda here as the dealer does have, I guess, the most exciting and the biggest chance for an explosive large point hand, but it is still a little bit behind the other two right now. We will see
Yeah.
if she can catch up in speed. She needs that legendary 3-so. She's actually only...
Yes.
Mhm.
If only we were streaming on other clients where we could bring certain emotes into your chat.
Okay, big call here. Big call here from Takeda.
Mm.
That's double east, so that should already scare people. Oh, she's gonna cut the...
How was I say?
Dora!
Dora is tough, but...
She was gonna cut the south. I said to myself, ah!
Yeah, that would have been very strange, right?
It would have been a move to lock the Dora in the hand, I think. Yeah, like because she
I'd
does
argue
have
that's
the
like
Dora.
slightly too aggressive, but okay, maybe we don't need 3-so anymore. I hate to say it. Say it, Tips. I'm sorry.
You've made a point. You've made your point. I can
3-so would still be very nice to
I
draw
can see
though, but
the
we
tip.
do see that there are.
3-so is still definitely usable. Oh, that's the
Oh,
last
there's all
one.
4 of them though.
This is one away though. Maybe 3-so
is-
will bless Fujii here instead.
Slightly better one way, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's a good thing for Takeda that she has another weight now. Oh, cutting the 5-so and keeping the 4-so. Keeping the pairs option open.
I also do like so obviously if you're trying to call the south, for example, it's nice to have another pair as a backup, right?
Right.
Oh, this is awkward for Sugawara.
Yeah,
Do we go 7 pairs here?
pair number 5.
Is this Chitoitsu? I do believe it might be.
She's still hedging both ways here. The hand can quickly turn either way. This is
Tenpai.
Tenpai. Is she gonna do it? She is not the 3-so believer. To be fair,
I like this. Normally I would go with memes, but South is a nice weight.
South
right?
is a nice weight, but it's
If it wasn't for South,
no
maybe I would choose
3-so.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
she knows. She's got it. She's got it twigged that the 3-so is held by other players.
She can read the other player's discards to find that. And it looks like Sugawara here coming up right now is going to go full 7 pairs. Even cuts the Dora though, even though she's on 7 pairs.
It has been cut twice, I believe, right? Or was it just the once?
I only saw one, but
there's
it
a
might
South.
be 2. Big draw here. This is dealer. I believe it's Mangan, especially with the sumo.
I believe it's Mangan. Yeah,
because that's
it's definitely going to be at least enough food for Mangan, right? With the two honor trail triplets.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. 12,000 points. Huge way to start this game.
I think it's probably not a Mangan on Ron because of there's not enough food, but it's a Mangan here.
Close triplet of South is yeah.
Yeah, we are playing with the Mondo TV League Pro rules. I'll double check them right now, but I don't think they have Kiriage Mangan, which is the roundup manga. But let me double check them really
don't think
fast.
they do. I think this came up once and Jenn corrected me. So I don't think this is where I've been corrected and now I've remembered the wrong thing. But yes. One thing we can say though about the Mono TV rules is that if a player wins the game, there is that's like a 5,000 point ante. So people sometimes call this an Oka. So that we do have a massive bonus for getting first place.
That's right, because each player puts in 5,000. The first place gets 20,000.
Yeah. So we are going to see maybe a little bit more aggression. Maybe people are going to try and get that first, get that win if they can.
Right.
Takeda with the amazing start though.
Okay, I have checked it out. There is Kiriage Mangan. So if you score 7,700 or higher as a non-dealer, it gets rounded up to 8,000. And
we had a document, but I can't access a document anymore with the rules. I don't think.
That sounds like a problem. And if you have 11,600 or higher as the dealer, you get rounded up to 12,000 for a Mangan. So either way, it would have been a Mangan with the Fu or not. Small dealings, but sometimes it matters. I've definitely been in more than one game in my quote-unquote mahjong career where those extra 300 or 400 points have mattered. Sometimes it's only 100 point and it still matters.
Yeah. The amount of times that a game's won by, say, a Homba, 300 point repeat counter, it happens. It's terrible when it does, especially when it happens against you and you've miscalculated, but sometimes it really is that close.
Yeah, but here in East 1, I don't think players are counting every single 100 point that quickly.
Yeah, no.
There's a lot of game to go.
Yeah, I would more be thinking about just trying to make the hand work and not lose any points. And I know it sounds literally stating the obvious here, but you don't need to get greedy. Just try and play consistently. A little bit of a backfire, unfortunately, having cut the 3, drawing the 4 man, but not a huge deal, I don't think.
Other than Fujii's hand, which we're looking at here, a lot of the other players have collected a number of pairs. And we see Fujii actually collecting another pair herself, but that still only leaves her with 2.
Yeah, I think that's more just because it's more likely to turn to a good sequence that we can use later,
Right.
rather than necessarily it being a pair.
Yeah,
like for example, right now,
any
1-3.
Any hand can usually use at least 2 pairs. This is 4 pairs though, so this is an interesting shape for Takeda here.
Yeah, 4 pairs feels like precisely the wrong number of pairs. I
Right.
like 2. I like 5. 3 and 4 is like, I don't know what to do with this hand anymore.
Right. Luckily, at least a couple of them are 3-3 and 4-4. That is 5 pairs, so now she really has 2 different ways she can go because she has a completed run, right? The 5-6-7.
That's definitely true, yeah. Ideally, you want to draw a triplet, but we'll see.
And
I was also thinking about Itsu here for Fujii, but we know where most of the 2 pins are.
Right.
So it's going to be hard.
But she doesn't.
True.
Okay, she does kind of.
She's keeping the option, though,
Yeah.
of drawing in.
Oh, triple fives.
Okay, so this is why, don't always have to make every hand 7 pairs.
Yeah,
I say this, it feels like blasphemy. I love 7 pairs, but...
Oh, filled in the 8 so big draw here for Fujii.
Choosing to reach on 3 so and the 1 pin.
Riichi! Oh, Ipatsu breaker. Actually, this can still make an all insides, a Tanyo hand, and Takeda's the dealer.
The 1 pin comes out immediately.
Drop it.
So it's not Ipatsu because the call did break it, as you say, but I wouldn't complain if I get the win immediately after they call my tile.
There's a Dora there, it ends the deal. Takeda is probably not too upset because she still has a reasonable lead, but I'm sure she wanted to win that hand and keep her dealership. So, gotta be at least a little bit upset.
Yeah, whenever you're ahead, I think sometimes it's better to play EV. This is definitely something I could probably go on for ages about, but I like playing EV when I'm ahead. And some people say, no, don't just go for points. Think about the risk of you dealing in and losing your first place position. And I think there's definitely an argument to be made for maybe that being true. But whenever especially I'm in the lead, I just want to try and win more points.
It is true, you're supposed to take less risk in the lead. But if you don't take any risk, you'll definitely be overtaken most of the time. We have from our first dealer here, our second dealer here, Minato, playing for Mahjong Spica. This is her first year in Yukan Fuji. She's played 4 games, so they have been confident enough to play her a decent amount in her first year of Yukan Fuji. She says she's an aggressive player, but she wants to work on her defense. However, it's only been kind of a short time since she's picked up that philosophy. So she says, she has to play how she knows how to play. So she's probably gonna end up playing aggressively. But
relatable.
Yeah, she just hopes that she can do the best she can with the points that her teammates have earned. You can see Mahjong Spica currently plus 47.3 at the beginning. And they would have been even 100 points more than that if not for a penalty that they accrued. So definitely a lot of points that Mahjong Spica has, and all the other teams started in the negatives.
I know this is the most obvious advice in the world, but if you are playing in an event, please show up on time. The other thing is, for that individual final, the best individual players get to go through, but the late penalty is shared across all players.
Oh, so, I didn't know that. I thought it was... I guess, they can't really decide which player to give it to.
Yeah, because I think any player can play as long as they show up.
Right.
So if no one shows up, everyone's equally responsible.
Yeah, that's a little bit tough.
So
this is Tempai here for Takeda. I think it's no Yaku. I did not see a Yaku, but she doesn't like the weight, so she's not going to Riichi here.
Understandable.
I'm
not gonna lie, I'm really hyped about this potential Itsu from Fujii here. But
potential Itsu here for Takeda, but she's going to keep her Tempai, but still not Riichi. there comes a time where if you're going to be willing to change your weight and not Riichi, you may have to go out of Tempai to do it, and that was a reasonable tile there. Oh, this is even more. This is the perfect tile though.
This is where the reach comes
Yeah,
out. There we
here
go.
it is. She gets the Dora, she gets the Pinfu. So a lot more points there, and arguably a better weight. It does use the Dora indicator, the Forso. So sometimes the two-sided weights aren't actually as good as they seem. We can see a ton of Forso on the table already.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw Fujii.
I mean, you have to do it though sometimes, right? Especially when you think of the first person Tempai.
Right.
If nothing else, it puts pressure on the table, makes other players consider maybe folding, maybe not taking any risks against you.
Yeah. And the Forso might end up coming out if Fujii gets a good hand here and pushes. There is still one left in the wall. In terms of 7, so they are also kind of held up here. Ooh.
I can't quite see Sugawara's calls. I'm assuming it's an outside hand that she's building here.
I thought
I
it
could be
was
wrong. I know
a half flush, but you might be right.
I know there's a 1-2-3 being called. Well, that's at least one of the calls. I think it might be a 1-2-3 and a 7-8-9 in different suits.
Oh yes, I can see a Manzu suit from here, so I guess it would be an outside hand. But she really doesn't want to discard the Doras.
Does unfortunately mean those 2 5-stos are going to slow this down quite a lot. Exactly. Could be Itsu potentially if the 5-sto passes.
Okay.
But you're not going to cut 5-sto to this reach.
I think Fujii folding here. Discarding 8-so.
I guess there's one Yaku that Sugawara could pick up. The last tile, right?
Yes.
Imagine.
Aite or Hote, the last tile draw, or the last tile discard. Big points there. Dealer Minato.
If that's a Tonpon, then that makes a lot of difference. Okay, I just missed that. If that's true, that's huge.
Oh,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you for correcting. There's one of the few things that I would like from the display.
Call camera. Yeah, some of the calls. Some of the American broadcasts have put a little UI in for the calls.
That's really cool.
It's really nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, don't sleep on the worldwide community here. There's some other broadcasts outside of Japan that are rapidly improving in broadcast quality.
Yeah. Okay, we do see a 4-so get drawn, and it is going to be the end of the push for the dealer here. Rightly so. If that's a ton call, then dealing into this would be pretty miserable.
I mean, it is 3 Han, so it's not insane.
I guess.
But with the fact that nobody's seen a Dora, it does make it pretty scary. And Sugawara does have 2. She also has that M-leaguer intimidation aura about her, so that might be helping out a little bit.
See, I thrive, I think, sometimes when there's someone I think is really good. I don't know. It just sort of triggers that sort of adrenaline part of my brain sometimes.
You've got the competitive spirit. That's always good to have no matter what game you're playing.
Oh, the one!
Yisuo Long! And Sugawara collects here.
But still?
Yeah, and a Riichi stick. So
and a Riichi, exactly.
Not bad.
Very tidy little leap into second place and bring first place down. You can get a deal among gun in East 1, 12,000 points, but it's not going to make much of a difference if you deal in the next 2 hands.
And it's her deal right now.
Exactly.
Well, not the first deal, or not Takeda's deal. It's Sugawara's deal, who had just won that hand. She's getting the last of her tiles. Can it help? Oh, those 2 tiles really helped. Those last 2 tiles there.
Certainly work with this quite easily.
There's a little bit of a superstition sometimes that says the last 2 tiles that the dealers draw, they'll determine how what kind of luck you'll get for the hand.
Okay.
Everyone has their own little ideas. Yeah, and Takeda.
I would argue that's not enough to go for 13 orphans, but we'll see.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like there are many better options for Takeda here.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense.
You make a 13 orphans play, maybe change it to something like 7 pairs, perhaps. Yeah, okay, so the 1-so comes out. Maybe it's a half flash then.
Sugawara is doing something a little interesting here. We'll see what she is up to.
Have to keep an
Fujii
eye on.
here, cutting a pair of 8s. Doesn't quite seem like a half flush, but I guess she's just locked in the sets she wants. So she didn't need that pair of 8s. Oh, interesting draw for Sugawara here.
Yeah, I almost want to try and make a 4-5-6 mixed triple sequence here, but I don't know. It's going to be tricky. Yeah, trying to get the same sequence in 3 suits. It's usually something that's worth going for. But needing the middle tiles in some of these sequences is going to be tough to draw.
If you just draw it, you have no problems.
I honestly expected the 5 man to appear immediately after saying that. I genuinely expected that. The 4 man, okay. That's nice. It's not quite what we wanted, but it's still very good. Oh, a different player, but still.
Let's see just what happens here as it continues. I think the wall is going to determine a lot of this one. I mean, as it does a lot of the time, but I feel like even more so this one, it's going to be down to the draws from the wall as to who's happy this time. That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
Oh, she's going to go right in.
Come out. So
on the 5 man.
Reach all simples on the 5 man. I don't think it's mixed sequence. I think there's a 5-6-7, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to check that again.
That's right. It's not mixed triple sequence. It's not the Sanshoku, but she is the dealer.
Yeah, dealer with reach with the all simples there. Right. I don't think that's too bad. I think that's fine. I would take that reach.
Yeah, maybe more of an intimidation factor than anything. So she would be able to win by Damaten. But
yes, it was.
Yes,
it did have one hand Dama. But I still think if you're going to attack, maybe try and make it 2. Like obviously with reach, you can get Sumo, you can get Uradora, you can get. We're not playing JPML with A rules,
right?
Unlike Speaker Bar. Wait, no, hang on. It was the Mahjong health bar.
Yeah. Hyoko-do.
Hyoko-do
does not only play JPML A rules, but they do have the option there. On certain days of the week, certain sessions. Okay. So Fujii has already discarded 1 man, so she'll use it again. Fujii's hand is becoming really interesting. It's just a matter of whether she's willing to push the final unsafe tile against a dealer reach, no less. Up comes the 3. That would have been an improvement, but it's too late for that now.
I think honestly, a lot of the time when you do an early reach that could have an improvement, you have to weigh the benefit of drawing an improvement against the power of just having that reachy stick down.
Yes.
Because if you did nothing, the other players then had free reign if they wanted to, assuming that you always reachy and that they can't predict that.
Yeah, and in fact, it's getting Minato here to fold her hand. She's decided that she doesn't want to take the dealer on here. Dora? Is that 5? That's 5, and just paired up Dora in back-to-back draws. So Takeda.
So I think it's just the hand is just still so bad, and you can't push into that reach, unfortunately.
Well, it is only 1 away from Tenpai, so it's not that bad, but the tiles she has to push are bad. So it is very dangerous to fight.
I do believe she dismantled one of her shapes, I think, right? She got the 4 swords, the 5-6. Yeah.
Out here.
As much as I would love to build this again, we talk about Sanshoku a lot here.
Right.
4-5-6 would have been doable there, potentially. But safety is very important.
Oh, will Fujii be able to make 7 pairs and be Tenpai when it comes to the end of the wall? I mean, maybe not even. Maybe she actually wins. Because Fujii, I think, has 1 save tile to discard to get Tenpai, depending on what she draws.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the hardest challenges in Mahjong, when you have to attack but also defend at the same time.
Right.
Because you don't want to just give away the win. I do that sometimes, and sometimes you have to when the tiles in your hand are just so dangerous. But trying to sneak something through and still stay in the battle is really important. Yeah. And this is Tenpai.
Ooh.
So, speaking of staying in the battle...
She's folded her hands together. She'd be waiting for Dora here. And she
Reach
reaches!
comes out!
Big
I'm
fight here
surprised.
for Fujii.
But Reach on the Dora.
There's what?
And we see 2 of them there.
6 tiles
Where's
left?
the last?
There's
Where's
the
the last
last
8?
one in Minato's hand.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's coming out.
But I do think there's a good chance this will still pay off a little bit, given the tempo payment in the hand. Because I don't think anyone's going to win this one.
That tile slipped a little bit. Always a little scary. 4 tiles
It's
left.
fine.
3 tiles left. Now we're down to 2. 1. One
Not
final tile for the 5-mon. Nope.
So 2 players will get a small payment, and you never know. They could be really important.
That's right.
The next hand's going to be exciting with 2 Riichi sticks available. Whoever wins, 2,000 points.
Yep, 1 Honba. Sugawara maintains her dealer as the initial reacher.
And I feel like we've gone all the way, to east, to south through. So, wow, I could do it. It wins me. East 3. And we're back basically to square 1.
Nobody's above 30,000.
It's always one of those situations where you even if you're in last place, because the gap to you in first is not that high.
Right.
Never give up. Because all it takes is 1 good hand here. Oh no, I really hope I didn't foreshadow a low-scoring game. Oh no. It was my speech earlier at the start. Oh no.
Sometimes the gritty battles are the most exciting.
They're the most tense, but they are great to watch. You never want to be in a game though where you're just like, I can win at any point, but I can also just lose at any point.
It's a lot of stress, that's for sure. But you don't want to have too little stress as well, because if you have too little stress, that's when you start making unforced errors, as they say.
That's fair.
Don't
drawing a pair of easts early is very nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And dealer, double east.
Dealer Sugawara collecting some big points here, and Fujii really doesn't have much use for her east. Although her hand is so bad right now, the east might never come out.
That's fair.
So we will see.
This is definitely something I need to try and work on, I think, personally. Playing when your opening deal is really bad. Like, still trying to make something out of it, but also knowing, it doesn't matter if you don't play the east, just draw it yourself.
An enormous draw. 1 away for Sugawara.
Probably going to end up on a 7 weight, though. Just going to be tricky to pull off. But
another pairs hand this game. Takeda 1 away from Tenpai.
Oh, I love to see it. I do love to see 7 pairs. Okay, that's actually really good.
Tenpai, but it's very good.
Means with Tenpai on any Pinzu, 1 pin, 2 pin, 3 pin, 4 pin, 5 pin, 6 pin, all make Tenpai.
Right.
I love having the triplet that lets you get a pair anywhere else in the hand. It's very nice.
Right. And that's 1 away now for Minato as well. So, some big sparks here.
Tenpai.
Wait,
the reach comes out.
Wait, hold on. We'll have to look at that again, I think.
The weight is 7-mon, I believe.
Yeah.
It's not the greatest weight, but it is Tenpai.
Yeah, I mean, she does have Yaku already, but I suppose go for the Mangan here, right?
Oh, Mangan. What if we flip some Uridora here?
Con on the first tile after reach. That's big. Oh.
Okay.
No
Dora flips.
Oh,
but
that tile's empty. There's nothing on that tile. Can't win.
No.
Yeah, and because she
counting on 7.
Because she hasn't revealed the east, Fujii has a really hard time with the east in her hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, since they're all in Sugawara's hand, nobody's ever gonna draw another east to make it safe at all. Like, it's never gonna get revealed, so it's gonna be dangerous the whole time. And Fujii just has to either risk it or fold.
I would consider it with her hand if I was Tenpai. But I'd have to draw Tenpai first, I think, before I'd be willing to cut the east.
That looks like exactly what she's doing here. That's the wrong 7. It's a Dora even, but nobody's going to pick that up here.
Yeah, there's only one 7-man left to draw, which is going to be really tricky. But there is one out there. We could see a sumo.
Ooh, 7
But
pairs reach. 8-so-8. Going
Suji
for a
trap, if we
little
believe in that.
Suji? Yeah.
The early 5-so discard rules out the 6-7 shapes and maybe the 8 safe. Trust.
Yeah, an
Maybe
early
it's not.
5-so discard, but then another 5-so discard at the end.
Yeah.
Triple
there's the last
sevens.
7-man.
This is not Tempai, though.
Still not Senpai.
It's very useful, but you'd have to discard the East here. Not
The
like
1 reach, I might consider it to 2 reaches. Does she have any safe tiles?
She can go with the 5-so, the safe tile.
That makes sense, yeah. She can still sneak back into Tempai, though. There is still a path. It's just going to be
Extremely
tough.
difficult. 8 pin. That was the Dora from last round. Not usable here, though.
Just a bit. Wait, hang on. Oh, no, she broke it. Yeah. Okay. I got confused for a second there.
Yeah. Fujii has drawn the Condora, the 5-mon. That's also extremely scary. I think she's... Oh, comes the East! Oh my!
I guess it still is an honor tile, but
yeah.
It's risky.
It's also hard to defend against 2 Riichis, though. I don't think she had a single tile that was safe to both players together.
Yeah. Oh, are we going to see the 7 come out now? The 4 just passed both reaches?
This is Tempai. 3-player reach! Fujii is in the mix.
Oh, gosh. We do see a lot of the 8s already discarded. In fact, I think all 4 of the 8s are now known to us, but...
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things about that reach is that those 7-mon are now completely locked in.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
cannot come out, and the 4th one is in Minato's hand. Oh, she did start folding on the 6-mon, though, so maybe that 7-mon comes out. Very unlikely, but...
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I could be wrong.
Yeah. So Sugawara's initial dealer reach is not looking too strong right now. Out comes the 8.
I love how the pace of play is just sped up to a lightning fast round.
No!
Okay, the 48 run comes out. Yeah, at the moment when 3 players are all in reach, no one has decisions to make. Just everyone's just going for it, just see who wins.
Right, I think that's 2 Urodora there.
I think that's 2 Urodora, exactly.
On the 1, so big collection for Takeda here.
And not only counting the Urodora, but 5 Riichi sticks.
That is massive. It's more than a Baima.
Yeah,
points.
That's ridiculous.
And Sugawara taking a big hit here. First to reach both times, but no winning on either of them, unfortunately for her.
But yeah, we have Takeda in the lead. A voice actress who's part of a singing duo called the Soupies.
Oh, the Soupies. Interesting.
They just released the second single. She's also a folk song champion in Shikoku and runner of the national competition. So I love when you hear about like the other things that our Mahjong pros get up to. It's great.
Like Japanese folk song.
Yeah, she enjoys watching anime and YouTube. I think a lot of people probably sympathize with that one.
Hello, YouTubers. Like and subscribe to our channel.
Please do. Yeah, exactly. Yes. But yeah, she also went to a local Mahjong parlor 6 days every week to train.
Oh, that's pretty
awesome.
Big. I'm sure the local Mahjong parlor appreciates the business as well.
Yeah, her current score right now is minus 10.2 after 3 games. So, big win here will be doing wonders for her own personal score.
That's right.
Anyway, let's get back to Mahjong because we've missed the first few discards. I just thought it was really cool.
It is pretty cool. I mean, Japanese folk song is pretty different. You know, if you come from America, you think of a folk song. Or if you come from Europe, well, not Europe, because Europe has so many different kinds of folk. But like, you come from the UK and you hear folk songs, they're all so different. Even in UK, it's Scottish folk songs, English folk songs, and Irish folk songs are all very different already too.
Yeah. Please do not call like an Irish person an English person or anything like that. Don't do that. It's a bad idea.
Well, yeah, the Japanese folk songs sound so much different to anything that you can think of as a folk song if you come from another country.
I love all music as long as especially if it's got good melody. That's my opinion. But yeah.
Here we
Oh,
go.
we have a reach immediately.
Sugawara is trying to get her points back. This is the third hand in a row that she's reached first.
Exactly. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just get to Tenpai and reach, and at that point, if you don't win, it's bad luck. You know, you can't complain too much. But
Yeah.
I do believe this is perfectly good. I would be very happy if I had that particular Tenpai.
Yeah, I think out of all the reaches she's made, this one feels the strongest. We will see whether it pays off.
I guess the one thing that you could be sad about is the fact that you don't have either the 9. Wait, no, the fact you don't have the 6 man for the potential mixable sequence.
Yeah.
But you're not going to wait to reach on that.
Right.
You just have to take the Tenpai.
At least she has Pinfu and at least she has Dora, so it's good weight, good value. Not quite Mangan, but can get there with an Uradora.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely can't be too upset about this one. And collects the sumo.
Riichi, Pinfu Sumo, Dora,
No
and
Ura.
no Ura flip this time.
Yeah, so not quite enough to get out of last, I think. Oh, maybe it passes Minato.
That's fine. The game's not over, right?
Yes, we're running into South round.
East 4, we have an entire South round.
No Tompu Sens in this league. no East only games. Yeah, it is enough actually to get her out of last, just barely.
I think last time I streamed this with Gemma, we made jokes about a Roddle but for Thompson instead of a Roddle for Sanma.
Sanma?
There is a Sanma roll happening soon.
Yes.
But imagine an East only Sanma. Sorry, an East only not an East only Sanma. That'd be awful.
In fact, with Jenn and Gemma both coming on commentary in game 2, you'll be able to speak with both of the brain childs. I don't like brain children as a plural for brain child.
Strange.
But that's how I would take it. Of the Roddle. Yeah, the architects of the Roddle stands for World Riichi Online Team League, WROTL.
But yeah, I looking forward to the Sanma one, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, this is an interesting one. This kind of play, Minato calling the White Dragon super early with a very uncoordinated remaining hand. A lot of tiles. I think she's about 3 or 4 away. It's always interesting. You don't see it too much at the professional level, but I mean, honestly, I still do it a lot. I feel like it's reasonable.
I think it's fair, especially if you know your hand's bad, but you really need to win it. I think Minato's not dealer. The first place is.
Yeah.
But we look at the score gaps between second place and 4th place.
Right.
Even a very cheap hand is going to be enough
Yes.
to gain a position. So.
Yeah, so maybe that's part of it here.
I definitely wouldn't call it if I was, say, 8,000 points behind. I always have my eyes on the prize.
Although it is only South 1, and so you could still make it to first place. But I think a lot of the things is realizing just how powerful your hand currently is, and with her hand, she's probably not making an 8,000 point huge hit with these kinds of tiles. So you got to play the hand you're dealt, as long as you have the time.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made for choosing to fold from the very first draw.
Right.
But maybe not if you are. Oh, maybe not if you're behind. But yes, Tenpai.
Yeah, so this is a good draw for Minato as well, but she's still 2 away from Tenpai even after that draw. So she was 3 away before.
Yeah. Again, it's playing from a really bad hand.
Right.
Trying to make the best of it. Sometimes it's hard. It's genuinely difficult.
This is the danger. If you play from here, there's a high chance of dealing in if you push aggressive tiles. But Minato herself said she knows she's a very aggressive player and not much of a defensive player. So maybe this is just her personal take.
I tend to be someone who either is probably either too aggressive or too defensive.
Hmm.
I'm really bad at not noticing that fine line.
This whole table actually is all JPML players, all Japanese Professional Mahjong League players. Now that I look at, they say you miss the forest for the trees. Now that I look at the
That's
whole
true.
table in together.
Yes.
In a one as a whole. They are all JPML players here.
I will say the player who's caught is definitely giving out warning signs that they cut Dora mid row 2, so everyone else must know on the table that they're tenpai by now.
Right.
Like I would not be I would not look at that Dora discount and be like, okay, yeah, you don't know what you're doing. No, she knows what she's doing. She's taking that risk for a reason.
I think when you're
tenpai,
playing with professionals, you always think they know what they're doing.
True.
Okay, Fuji's gonna go for it.
Staying closed.
She flipped a tile around. I thought she was doing an open Riichi for a second. I was like, that's not in the rules.
That's not allowed. But,
I saw the tile. I think it turned. I think somebody saw it. I don't know. Oh, no, she's just swapping the tiles in her hand. But it did look like it turned around for a split second. So hopefully they didn't see her wait or anything. I don't think it was actually the tile she's waiting on anyway. Is the two tiles on the right of her hand there.
That 5 point is unfortunate if she managed to push it through.
Con!
To be fair, this is a player who did cut Dora, so everyone knows that she's tenpai.
Oh, 9-man. No help there. Oh, no help there
Not
either
tile.
with the Rinshan tile. The replacement tile after the con.
Who managed to find a 9-man? We have 1 in this hand, but it's just too far away to really take advantage.
Right.
Who benefits from this con? As someone suddenly found themselves to double their value.
I mean, maybe we'll find a Riichi now from the 7 pairs player to try and cash in. Nope. It's not enticing enough.
Yeah, Fuji's being really careful with this. She clearly thinks up with that 5 pin.
Yes. I mean, I don't think she likes 5 pin as a final weight. But she also does not like discarding it. Oh, and that's going to be a tough discard as well. 7 pin. She's thinking about folding here. The game is so close. The scores are so tight, though. Yeah, she's going to fold anyway, though.
This is the way this gets back into tenpai. But it's going to be a tougher journey, I think.
Yeah, there's about, 15 tiles left? 14 after that draw. Oh, there's a con, so 1 less even. Oh, 4th 7 pin. Interesting.
A chance to make way to a pin, perhaps.
Yeah, that's true.
Either 7 or 5.
It's going to take so much work for that, though. We will see.
Yeah.
Minato discards. Sugawara really thinking, gonna make the call here. Because we are running out of tiles in the wall, so Sugawara maybe just looking for tenpai and without a Yaku.
It's definitely worth fighting for, especially when the scores are this close.
Another 5 pin! Oh, it's too late though, she already folded! Oh, she's gonna pawn it though! She's... Minato...
Tenpai?
No, yeah, so this is actually a different player, Minato.
Yeah.
Fujii was the one with the 7 pairs.
Yeah. She wouldn't have ended up on the 5. She only had 5, 7, 7, 7, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, and she draws a 6. You called it. Still needs to get rid of 1 pair here to find her way to tenpai.
Yeah, a lot of mats have been played, and so I wouldn't feel too bad about playing 2-man. But
really not many
being able to
tiles
call anything
left
to
though.
tenpai now.
Was it 3 tiles left? Everybody gets 1
it's
draw.
not much time.
6 pin. Ooh, that's scary, but Minato's gonna go for it.
Go through. No, it does go through.
Oh, that was the last tile. I thought there were 2 tiles, but I miscounted.
Yeah.
Because of the con.
Yeah, the con. Yeah. Well, that's going to be a huge win for Minato. I know it doesn't feel like a lot, but just that tenpai payment alone puts her in 2nd place.
Puts her in 2nd.
I know it's still only South 1. We've got a whole round left to go, but it does feel good sometimes when just tenpai payments are enough to sneak ahead of the competition. The real question, I suppose, is what do you think? Do you think we're going to be seeing Takeda get challenged at any point during this? Do you think we're going to be seeing a comeback from many players? They all have one dealership left over, so anything could happen.
Yeah, I definitely feel like there could be a changing of the guard, a changing of the tides. Anything that happens in East can be reversed in South, especially when busting is off, when going below 0 doesn't end the game. Then
Yes.
really anything that you do in East can be mirrored in South, as long as you get the same luck in the opposite direction. Something, laws of physics, something like that. Laws of mahjong.
It's time limit on matches, but it's 80 minutes, so there's plenty of time to make a comeback.
That's true. There is a time limit.
But yeah, not many games go the whole 80 minutes, and then I think it's after that, they finish the hand they're on, and then they play one more, I believe.
Yes, they get one extra hand after the 80-minute time limit. They really try and finish most of the matches if possible. Yeah. This is also obviously on an automatic table. You can see that super shiny orange border here on this table. Very standout.
Just getting that sort of the nice feeling when you see the tiles slowly raise out. I don't know why. It's just satisfying.
The ASMR of the noises of the clicking and the clacking and the whirring and the humming.
Exactly.
But yeah, my whole point was that it makes the hands go faster. So 80 minutes hand shuffled can definitely be a very difficult time limit to hit. But 80 minutes with an automatic table, decent bit easier.
That'd be one of the reasons why you might want to go to the Sparrow's Nest.
That's right.
They've got all the automatic tables.
One of the few places with the Japanese-style automatic tables in North America. There really aren't many.
Otherwise, it looks like this hand is going pretty normally for everyone. No one's building anything particularly outrageous. But
yeah, Fujii has a 3 of the 9 pin here, which are close to the Dora, but not the Dora, so it's not worth anything. But it's always important to note that in your hand when you have the tiles that are close to the Dora.
It's always good information when you see more when you have knowledge other players don't. If you see all the 9s, you know no one else probably has 7, 8, 9. They could have 6, 7, 8, of course. But, or a pair of the 8s as well.
Oh, there it is.
Takeda draw.
Yeah.
But
Takeda
having that information.
Takeda might go for mixed triples, but she also could just use a pair of Dora as a way to make value in the hand as well. Oh, cutting a pair here. Minato does not want to discard that red dragon. Gonna keep it as a safe tile for the end of the hand.
Every win has an equal and opposite loss. I like that. The third law of luck. That makes sense.
Okay, so
although
Fujii...
actually, that's not necessarily true. With the first place bonus in this rule, first place player will get a plus 20 compared to all the other 3 players. So technically, the win will be bigger than the loss. Unless you count all the losses together. Shared.
Yeah, everyone had to lose at the beginning for first player to win those bonus points. That's why it's the ante. Everyone has to pay up 5,000 at the beginning in order for first place to get those points. We will see. This hand definitely looks like Takeda could absolutely win on her dealer turn here. Just complete win, but Sugawara is not quitting.
Are out there. Yeah.
Oh, interesting pawn. And cuts the 9. She's going to go for the Tanya, the all insides hand.
There's also another option, of course, we could be talking about mixed triple sequence as well.
Right.
6, 7, 8 is definitely achievable, so you can use that 9 if you have that.
Yeah.
But ideally, you want to get both, right?
Yeah, but she did just cut a 9 from her pair, so it's going to be hard to use the other 9, so we will see what happens.
I just see the 6, 7, 7, 9, I'm thinking, maybe there's a world where we draw 2 8s.
Right.
Unlikely, but it could exist.
Okay.
Ooh. Pure sequence and
Tempai, but Dora...
Dora
comes
out.
It's
not a reach.
She does have Yaku. Pong! Dora 3. Dealer Dora 3.
Okay.
1 away.
I was never am I more happy to be wrong. Seeing Dora 3 right there. You don't need a 6, 7, 8. Just pop the 8.
Dealer is 1 away from Tempai, but nobody else knows that. They might think the dealer's Tempai. And this weight is kind of mediocre. It might be worse than mediocre. Oh, she's willing to push, though. Fujii is braving the waters here.
Sometimes you see someone call Dora, the best thing you can do is try and win first.
For sure. Because if the
Of course,
dealer
don't deal in,
sumos,
but
yeah. Oh,
there it is.
huge
Yeah.
sumo.
As I say, sometimes the best thing you can do is win first. It's not worth anything. It's just a pure sequence, but...
Well, she does get sumo as well, plus the extra homba. It's not much,
True.
but it's something. And the scores are so tight, it puts her back in second place.
And a lot of times the value is the points that the other player didn't win.
Yes, exactly. In fact, the dealer didn't win a Dora 3-hand.
Yeah. Yeah, just draw the right tiles. That I should really stop saying that. It's going to be used against me when I'm losing. Just draw the right tiles.
How come you didn't
and everything
draw
works
the right
fine.
tiles, Chiral? What's going on? Come on, man.
Yeah. Interesting start here.
So now we're
9
back to
terminals on honors. And we cut the format straight away. Okay.
This is a tough one. 9 is never something you're happy with. Unless the rule is on that allows you to reshuffle the hand and start over. But not in this Mondo TV rules.
I think that rule is generally not in any tournament play, right? Because it just takes too long to reshuffle the tiles. But we'll see. We'll see if it pays off. Could pay off huge. I think. Well, what are the odds? Is it 9%? It's 4%. I think from a 9 start.
I think less than that even.
Unless it's a 10 start, it's 4%. I can't remember now. I used to have the numbers memorized.
I think that's the 10 start.
Okay. So yeah, this might be like 3% maybe. Yeah. Well, we'll see. You never know.
We will see.
What I'm saying is that there's a chance.
Fujii is collecting pairs. Pair collection. Takeda has 3 pairs, but it's not quite the same type. And Minato, or Chanmari, as she's nicknamed, might actually be going for a half flush here. She might be moving.
I think that's a much better way of taking this hand. Absolutely.
5 pairs.
It's the first time
Fujii,
playing Yukan Fuji. Yeah, we know this.
We'll see if it pays off for her here. Because this is her last dealer. I mean, sometimes the wall just doesn't deal you what you're looking for. And Fujii's going all in, cutting the 3-5-7 shape, all in on 7 pairs. That's another pair for Takeda, but she has other shapes. Yeah,
she can absolutely, if she gets the red dragons, I might consider calling it. We'll see. Because for Takeda, she doesn't need value, right? She just needs to move the game along to South 4 as quickly as possible. So I would absolutely call that red dragon if it gets played. I see it right there in the middle of her hand. I'm going to Sparrow's Nest. Awesome. I hope you have a good time.
Yeah, I hope you have a good time as well. Check out the sponsor and play on those auto tables we've been talking about. Is Sugawara actually looking to go for a half flush?
Yeah, please report in next week. And tell us how it was.
Fujii. Oh. Tiles being discarded. That red dragon is also going to be key to Minato's hand as well. Because Minato has no red dragon and she needs it for the 13 orphans hand. We get the interesting call here. The kind of call where you already have the shape, but it's the kind of call where you're just collecting more tiles in the half flush hand.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I think can be a beginner trap sometimes when you maybe call away some potential shapes that you could use. We're not going to be seeing that here, of course, but
we'll be seeing. Oh, that's a nice draw for Sugawara. Pairing up the green dragons is pretty big, and that's actually another. There's another green dragon left. I think there's one in the wall still. A green dragon.
I'll keep my eyes open.
I don't think it's been discarded yet, and there's only 2 in the other player's hands.
Yeah. Can confirm.
Can switch to 5-6-7, or go with the long 4-5-6-7 weight for Takeda here. It doesn't seem that great, but we'll see what she does.
After having cut the 5 twice, in a world where we had 4-5, 5-6-7, it would be very different, I think. But
ironically, both the 4 and the 7 are tiles that Sugawara needs in her hand. Oh, another pair of the red dragon! Tenpai.
7 pairs waiting on the 2 characters.
Also really bad for Minato. She's not going to be able to find the red dragon anymore. And she is actually moving towards the fold a little bit here. Oh, Tenpai!
Oh, there's the last screen.
Sugawara.
Gee,
Sanzo,
how many 2
Threeso.
characters are left? Because I see a lot of 4s discarded. I see a lot of 5s discarded.
A good
But
question.
will anyone be convinced to cut a 2?
Oh, that's another honor.
Oh,
But she's already been folding.
yeah. I think you just have to fold sometimes. It's just how it is.
Just kind of done here. Chance to change weight, doesn't go for it. 2 mon in hand. The 2 of characters. Going for the win there.
I do think it's interesting. A lot of players, I think, don't like 7 pairs as a Yaku just in general. I think there are a lot of 7 pairs haters, both in leagues and outside of it, of course.
Right.
But yeah, choosing not to reach this.
We got kind of fold here.
The reason for that is because,
Fujii does not want to fight that.
Just not enough confidence. So willing to fold when they draw an unsafe tile, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if part of it is influenced by the fact that it looks like the dealer is not going to be Tenpai either. So you're probably going to get a weight dealer change on a draw.
That's also very reasonable. Because, at this point, it would be not playing against first place, but you're definitely playing against the second and third and fourth.
Right. I mean, I still think with a deal left, Fujii has the opportunity to come in first.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's going to be a little harder for Minato here if this hand ends and she's not Tenpai, but sometimes you just get dealt a pretty poor hand. She's trying to make it work, though, I can see.
Oh, she's ways to betrayer. Oh, no.
Oh,
well, we'll see. We'll see.
Interesting draw here. No,
yeah, I think you just have to fold at this point, though. It's too late.
Convinced. Oh, gets the pair of East.
There just aren't enough draws left, though, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look like there is.
The 2 months. See what I mean? See what I mean? Just saying. Ye of little faith, everybody.
It's over. Fujii is not going to turn around here, and not even for Tenpai. She's going to stay no 10 in order to avoid dealing in.
Exactly. It makes sense, yeah.
The half flush is just too dangerous to throw the 6 pin into. Sugawara collects a little bit, and that should take her out of last place.
Actually, exactly, yes. Almost into second, but we'll see. It'll be her dealer next ship next. We'll see how she manages to make that happen.
1 Honba on the board. If you look at the standings, a win here from Hyoko, from Healthy Mahjong Hyoko, for if Takeda manages to win it. Hyoko will take the lead overall in the entire group.
We can see the start score and the projected score for the end at the end of the match. Were the match to end this second? Yeah, 28.6. Being first place with 28.6 points this late into the event. Oh, that late penalty.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, points are points no matter where they come from or where they're taken away. And so getting that first place here means a very, not safe, but it feels good. It's a lot of momentum. You're Takeda going for 13 orphans here.
Honestly, for Takeda, I think it's actually not even that bad, right? Because it means that when you end up inevitably folding this hand because it doesn't pan out, you'll have a lot of honor tiles that are probably going to be safe or once or twice cut.
Yeah, although I would never say never this early.
I did say the word inevitable. I'm sorry. I would love to be proven wrong.
There's definitely an opportunity. There's only 3 discards.
No, I would love to be proven wrong. I'm not going to lie. But we'll see.
Doesn't happen often, but when it does, you got to be there for it. I was actually able to score a Yakuman myself this week. Felt good.
Yeah, I saw you do it. That was actually really well played.
Woo!
4 concealed triplets, right?
Yeah, that was kind of came out of nowhere. I was already winning in South 4, and of course, in most casual games, there is a Gariyame, so if you win as the dealer in South 4, you don't have to play another hand. But That was the place where the wall decided to deal me 13 orphans, or not 13, 4 concealed triplets. So I took the luck, got the win, and was happy for it.
Yeah, the amount of times that a player, I see players try and go for that and end up settling for either 3 concealed triplets or just Toy Toy.
Right.
You usually do, right? Because
Yep.
it's better to take the 8,000 points that are more likely than try and gamble big for a 32,000 point win.
Right.
But yeah, when it happens, it happens. That was awesome. I actually really enjoyed watching that. I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh, Takeda draws Dora, and it's a big field, but this kind of messes up the 13 orphans. She's gonna break the triplet of 9s.
That is. Hang on. Why? She's just trying to build a normal hand.
Satisfied with her lead. I think she's satisfied with her lead. She's gonna figure this out. Keep all the unsafe tiles that she hasn't quite seen yet. Worried about this half flush here from the dealer.
I guess on tiles are more dangerous to a half flush. That would make sense.
Also, the M League intimidation presence once again. Dora discard.
Just plays Dora. I guess she's keeping it with a 13 orphans plan. Just playing that Dora.
13 orphans. Oh, huge fill in between the 3 and the 5. That's the 4 for Sugawara. Still 2 away though. This is
still really
not as close as I'm hyping it up to be, but that's a really good draw. You need the good draws before you can get to Tenpai.
Yeah, we're still only mid-row 2. There's still plenty of time to get those draws to come in. So
yeah, especially because none of the other players really have anything right now.
Yeah,
Minato's 1 away. So
yeah, I think Minato probably does have the pace for this one.
Yeah,
but who knows? The closer you get to Tenpai, the less tiles there are left to advance your hand.
That's right.
She could stall out. But yeah, I'm still looking at this 13 offense hand. I'm just shaking my hand. I'm like, what's going on?
Sometimes it feels like that when you're playing. Oh, doesn't want the 1, 2, 3 mixed triples. It's going to keep the most efficient hand possible, Fujii.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's honestly really, really useful, especially given how close the scores are, given that you don't need a huge win. You just need to try and shut down Sugawara's last leadership.
Still 1 away. That didn't really help. But... And Takeda's still going for 13 orphans here. I think some of these tiles do look a bit dangerous, but I guess she doesn't sense that anyone could be Tenpai except the Manzu player. Sugawara going for the half flush, so she'll cut these other dangerous looking middle tiles from the other 2 suits. That's a 2.
Yeah, I guess that's the other terrifying thing, right? When you see someone going for 13 orphans and you've got quite a few just loose honor tiles, the 9-man does get played. But I think there's probably a way of reading whether someone is getting close. Usually you'll see multiple honor discards sort of in the row 2.
Usually.
We did kind of see that with the 9-so and the 1-pin.
Okay. Sugawara is finally 1 away. Only about 12 tiles left in the wall. But she's made it to 1 away. That's a green dragon. That would be Tenpai. Of course, Minato feels like it could deal in.
Yeah.
She's going to be pretty scared to do that. She's not even Tenpai herself here, but she does have a Dora. She's going to go for it. Home! And I
think, yeah, when you're in last place and you don't have a leadership left, I do think you have to just try and make that play. It is risky, especially considering one player's flushing, one player's potentially making orphans, but you kind of have to go for it. And even if you do end up giving someone the dial only for Tenpai, you just have to hope that they don't deal in.
And in this case, else deals in, it did not deal in. It was just Tenpai.
Oh, not quite get in there for but still trying. Yeah. I'm
Tenpai. Oh, but another dangerous tile. I don't remember whether this one deals in the 7-man. I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think it was lower mans. I'll have to check again.
She's gonna go for it. 6. Last place reach. That is painful. Oh yeah, she has 7-man, but she's waiting on 3-6-man.
It was 3-6, yeah.
So it's
we actually see most of the 3s already, which is unfortunate.
Oh, don't cut the 6 here, Takeda. Okay, Takeda's out.
I don't see it. I don't see it. Not to a reach.
Yeah,
Nah, surely not.
we have 6-9 pin as the weight. Oh,
Ooh.
chance to change the weight to try and catch that 7 that came out on the Riichi. Nah, she's just gonna use it as a safe tile. In fact, she kind of makes her weight worse, but it's no more tiles left anyway.
Staying Tenpai for the Tenpai payment,
Right.
while also not dealing in. Very smart. I like it.
Yeah, there's just really not enough tiles there. You don't even have another draw to care about how good your weight is. It's only on the off chance that Fujii decides to play aggressively for her last discard that it might
And as you say, it's just Sugawara being Tenpai there gets her back into second place. This is being decided over Tenpai payments.
Yes, there's been
I love it. This is
draws.
great.
There have been so many draws. Sugawara has reached so many times this game, and unfortunately, just hasn't been able to get the win on a lot of them. This time wasn't her reach. This time was just an open hand for her, but she hasn't been able to connect. And sometimes it's just bad luck, right? You just have those.
Like two of those reaches she ends up dealing in, right? So
yeah, exactly.
You can make the best tempo in the world, but you can't make it wrong.
Okay, this hand's not bad for Sugawara though. She might be able to connect
definitely.
here. Oh, but a quick open call from Minato. That is.
With everyone being this close, especially with the 1 reach stick, the 2 repeat counters, there's a lot of value.
But it gave Sugawara another draw right off the bat because Minato's the North player and the pawn. And she drew a second Dora. She can't use it that well right now, but there's still room to make it happen. That's another pair. Another pair, another carrot.
Guess you have to cut the 7 spin here. I guess
you could also just cut 5-7 so and try and keep the pairs.
That's reasonable.
She's
oh wait, 7 pins Dora. What am I talking about? That'd be madness. But
yeah, I mean it's possible. It is still an option if you really want to go for 9. Going to go for all inside.
Simples. I like it. I like it. Yeah. You know what? That makes sense. Especially when you've got Dora 2 and you're willing to call to make your hand go by a little faster.
Right.
You're going to see some very aggressive play, although it's being matched equally. In fact, perhaps more so.
Minato with 2
by
calls.
Minato here.
Minato has played definitely one of the more call-heavy styles on this broadcast. Remember, she was willing to call the White Dragon even from 3 or 4 away. I think it was actually 4 away when she called the White Dragon and went down to 3 away after getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as we keep saying, she's one who she admits she plays aggressively.
Right.
And I like aggressive play, especially in a format like this where you have a huge first place bonus.
Doesn't want that pair.
That's interesting.
Would rather keep the 6 pin. Oh, there's a chance.
Call here. No, we're not gonna see a call here. Okay.
Does she already have 3 White Dragons, or is that her pair?
She had a pair. Yeah. It was a pair, but I think she's already called once already, so she might have guaranteed a Yakuhai.
I think so.
And that's now just the pair for the hand.
Oh,
we'll see.
This is a little bit of a backfire on the 8-9 discard. I mean, it's still usable.
Yeah.
Now she has to make a really hard choice. There's a good chance of Furiten if she doesn't play for a pairs hand here. Because she does have 5 pairs. She could still just keep playing pairs. And then there shouldn't be a Furiten on 7 pairs. You know, if you're Furiten for 7 pairs, you just wait to draw. Oh, breaks a pair!
That is actually what I would have done. I was thinking, do you just cut one of the pairs, keep the 5-7-7, obviously, because it's quite strong. You can chi if you need to.
Dora for Takeda. Tenpai for Minato.
Oh, it's a scary time.
Dude.
This is where I make the unforced errors when I'm playing Mahjong. When it's South 3, South 4, and the scores are this close, and I'm just like,
make sure to keep your head on straight. Yo, that's crazy. Minato has split the 4 and the 6-0 in her hand with the 2-5 pin. She's like willing a 5 into existence because she's filled out the 5s in her hand, even if they're the wrong suit.
Yeah, I do like that. I do like that.
It's a summoning ritual. What do they call it? Teru Teru Bozu? When you need to It's like a ritual in Japan, the teru teru bozu. I think it's to send the rain away, or is it to call rain? It's
I
something to do with rain.
do not know. I'd have to try. I'd have to just trust you on that. But yeah, okay. I'm sure we'll get someone in chat.
Oh,
Maybe.
5, 6, 7. I mean, she did break the
5
pair.
goes in though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say. I even called it right. I said, "What happens if she draws the 5?"
Yeah. Small
I
hand,
thought
but
it
I
was 6.
think it gets her into second.
Given how I think there was a Riichi stick on the table as well.
Yeah.
That is huge.
And 2 Honba. So we're gonna have a absolute brawl for second place here. Of course, first place is not out of range. Haneman Sumo, that would be an 18,000 point swap. It wouldn't quite do it, but it would get Fujii really close. Baimon Sumo
Fujii, our last
puts her
diva.
in the lead. Baimons are pretty rare to come by without red 5s, but there is still Ipatsu and Uradora, so they're not completely off the table. And
Fujii so far has had only second places in Yukan Fuji this season, so maybe if she wants to keep that trend up, she's going to have to make something happen. But it's still very achievable. Second is so doable. She says white mocha is our water of life.
Ooh,
And,
white mocha is the water of life. Maybe we do a teru teru bozu to call in the white mocha for Fujii in the last hand. Well, we don't do it.
See.
That would be biased.
Yeah, no, we're not exactly. The bias will come tomorrow. Don't worry.
So apparently the teru teru bozu can both call in rain and send it away, depending on how you perform the ritual.
That makes sense, because there are definitely times you want rain, right?
Yes.
Don't want the rain to be gone all the time.
Right.
There could be a little bit of rain's nice.
Especially if you're growing crops.
Exactly. And we'll see if the players here can grow a good hand.
Mahjong is just like cultivating crops. you tend to your hand, you pluck the weeds, and you nurture your crops to grow and bear fruit and value. And
you give it as much room to grow in as many different ways it likes. And hopefully, if you give it enough room, it will fill some of that room. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like no one is going for a huge amount of value today. It looks like it's going to be just a rush for everyone, at least for Fujii, at least.
We're cultivating bonsai on the mahjong table. That's why there's a bamboo suit.
Ah, that makes sense.
That's why the mat is green, huh?
Honestly, you know what? That's a good explanation, is anything.
Some of the mats are blue. I don't really see too many other colors other than the green and the deep blue.
Well, that's the rainbow calling, right? So,
oh, big draw here for Fujii.
Yeah, huge.
It's in the 8-man between
and with
the
that,
7
she
and
probably
the
will
9.
call this. I've had to guess for TF Tenpai.
Yep.
Not a huge amount of value, but there's a chance we can upgrade to a mixture sequence. Either way, got the dragon, we've got a Dora, 2-hand, more than enough to get into second.
Yeah, he only needs 1,200 points. Get second.
Yeah.
There will be a redeal though. That's the thing.
Yes.
First of all, she's not winning, so even if there was a Gariyame or stopping after winning, she would still have to play again. But also, there is no Agariyame, so the dealer cannot stop after winning. So she,
exactly.
if she wins it, yeah, she's gonna have to defend the second place in another hand. Sugawara is coming for that second place, though.
Yeah, I'm just doing a bit. I'm going to do a bit of a count here for the. What was the? Is it 5-8 in Sozu, I believe?
Right. Takeda's
3 there.
Has so many ways it can go. And Minato's not quite out of it either. She's still pretty close. Not quite as good as our other 3 players, but she's getting there.
Yeah, by my count, that is a 3-tile weight.
5s,
1 8.
A number of these tiles deal in here, the 5s and the 8s, so
yeah.
Takeda's Tenpai. Will she pick the right Tenpai? If she cuts the 5 looking for the 6-9 shape, she has to Riichi, right? But if she doesn't want to Riichi, she can cut the 7 so to guarantee an inside weight. Oh, she could also just cut the 8?
Oh, there it is.
That's not going to work in this case.
It is cheap, but Gets Fuji temporarily, I believe, into the second place.
That's right. I mean, Takeda's not super worried about those points, but she is now in range of 15,000 minus 7.
Yeah, certainly a Mangan Sumo would be first place for Fuji right now.
Yes, just barely.
Just barely.
Especially with the 300 from the Honba, like the 100 from each. So that's just the range to Mangan Sumo for first place. But then, once again, she will have to defend the hand if she does win that. Defend at least one more hand.
You gotta take these things one step at a time, though. Get the first place first. Right. Worry about defending it after. Just get the first place first.
Exactly. Actually, we might end up going to time here. This match has been going on for a long time. Mentioned that the 80-minute timer doesn't come up very often, but might come up here if Fuji keeps winning, or we keep getting draws, honestly, which has been the big time siphon for these matches. There's been so many games that went all the way to the end.
But that's the exciting thing, right? Those Tenpai payments have, honestly, if we track the Tenpai payments this game, it'll be quite obvious to see just how much of a difference they've made, right?
Yeah, easily in the tens of thousands points that have been transferred by Tenpai payments here this game.
It's definitely one of these things where, like, you might think, oh, it's just 1,000 points per player who's not Tenpai, but also, it adds up. It's huge, especially over a long game like this.
Yeah, I mean, if it keeps happening, that's 2 Dora though. This could be huge on its own for Fujii. She's the dealer.
She's got all the inside hand as well, so she can easily just call it through if the chance arises.
This is
all inside Dora too. It's not going to be that manga I was talking about.
Interesting battle. Sugawara is going to try and at least snatch second place here. Oh, cutting the 4 from the inside. Interesting. Going for a little bit of safety.
That's fine. Yeah, if you're going to be staying closed, then I think that's fine, right? Having the two-sided way to make a sequence.
Takeda does not keep the 2-pin. I think she's looking for all insides herself. The Tanya is trying to call an end. Oh, and a 2-pin for Sugawara. Doesn't want it.
Rejected.
She knows her shapes.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, this is not a situation where we don't have 2 pairs. Perhaps.
I mean, as last place, sometimes you want a little bit more aggression. But not Sugawara. Sugawara's playing to advance forward safely here. That's her style. Oh! Went for the 4, but...
Gonna see that call? Absolutely.
Fujii definitely wants that. She's 1 away now, although some of her weights are not going to work out. 1 away from 4 concealed triplets? Oh, but that gives Marin her Yaku. That is the south call.
2 away, I believe, though. So... It's gonna be tough, but just trying to go for it.
Minato's hand is pretty weird. It doesn't have enough to get second place on its own, I think. Yeah, no Yaku here, or no second on here. But if she gets Dora from her 6-7, so then it would be enough. Or obviously if she gets a direct hit, but I don't think Sumo does.
Oh,
3 Dora Tenpai. Oh my goodness.
Okay, that. The Yakumon is down,
Minato gonna... No, it's called Dora 3, big damage.
We were saying that it could be done.
Oh, man.
We could see a turnaround.
That is one heck of a turnaround there. Takeda, who's been winning the whole game, has just been overturned. And it wasn't a Mangan Sumo, it was a Mangan direct hit. So now she's 10,000 behind.
Hang on, no, it's 9,900.
Okay, yes, 9,900.
I don't think it really matters at that point.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not here.
But
there's not enough Honba for it to matter right now.
Yeah. Still.
So Takeda needs a Mangan Sumo to end the game in first. Or direct.
It can definitely be done. We just saw a Mangan get made, so we can see it happen twice in a row.
Oh, Takeda's got an interesting hand here. Not much value, but maybe it's a Mangan after Riichi.
Oh, I'm excited about Minato's hand too. Potential double south.
Sugawara. She has 6, 7, 8, but she has seven terminals and honors that are separate. Oh,
The
big
amount of
draw.
people who've gone to 13 orphans today just because their luck has been that bad, I feel really sorry for them.
Minato's got a chance at second here.
Yeah, double south with the dragon and the Dora.
Oh,
Definitely achievable.
Is Fujii going to move us to the time limit? She's gonna just keep winning out to end the game. Oh, big draw though for
Huge draw.
Minato. Yeah.
What you cut here? You don't want to cut the Dora, so you want to keep that 3-5.
Interesting.
But you also want to cut either the.
But maybe
the
you do have to cut the Dora. No, not her.
Keeping it for.
Minato.
Yeah. I think that's fair. Honestly,
Yeah,
you don't
I
lose
agree.
too much.
Oh, she's going for. She just cut her 6, 7, 8 shape. Takeda's going for 13 orphans once again. Minato's keeping the Dora no matter what.
Yeah.
No matter.
But that double
what.
south has been called.
No, Minato's in the west seat, so it's only single south.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
That's one of the big things that I was thinking about last hand, is that because there's only one Han, certain Rones would not get her into second place, but maybe she's okay with third place considering her team is already winning. She just definitely doesn't want to fall into fourth.
Yeah. Honestly, it depends on the situation, right?
Right.
Sometimes you just have to get every point you can in that particular game.
Yeah, another call. So that's 2 Han. Make it 3 with the Dora. This would be enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the home, but this would be enough. Winning off any player or sumo. Minato will get second from this.
Do you see that 4 pin in Sugawara's hand? No, not Sugawara. Minato's hand? Minato's hand. Yes, that 4 pin just not doing much.
Fuji's got a 4 pin. There she is.
Oh, right, yes.
Takeda does not have a 4 pin.
So we could see a deal in here. It wouldn't change the overall positions, but
it would get Minato.
It
it wouldn't get her past Fujii, but it would get her past Takeda.
Yeah. Sorry, I was tunnel visioning on Fujii there for a second.
Right.
That's a very good point. Very good point.
I'm sure Fujii does not want to cut a 4 pin though, because it's so close to the 5 pin.
Yeah.
You see two Yakuai already on the table. You cut a 4 pin. It deals into 1 Dora. Okay, but if it deals into 2 Dora, now you've been overturned. And fortunately for her, Minato doesn't.
We see it again.
Dora. Yeah.
Having the shape either side of another shape, just summoning it. I like Yura. I think it worked last time, didn't it? So maybe it'll work again.
Yeah, she did get the 5 cell. Out comes the 8. Okay, Fujii's gonna go for 7 pairs while being very safe. That's one of her
there's
tiles.
the 4. It's another 4.
That's one of Minato's tiles, but Takeda can really use it. Much different.
No.
Much different.
There is no way that gets discarded. In fact, we can see. Are we going to see a Riichi here?
Yeah, this is 10
waiting on 2-5 pin.
Yeah, or 6 pin only.
Or 6 pin only.
Would be kind of weird, I think.
Attack! The Riichi does come out. It's a battle. Okay. 2-5 pin is actually pretty bad, right? We see 3 there. I'm just going to do a bit of a count. But at the end of the day, Tenpai is Tenpai, and you've got to be in it to win it, so...
Right.
I think there might be... Yeah, so all the 2s are accounted for, and we see 1-5. So there's 3 tiles remaining, but it is Dora, so we'll see.
Yeah, well, Takeda cannot step back anymore. She did a Riichi. I feel like Minato probably won't step back, even though she technically could.
I think there's a lot of value. I know it's playing for second place, but I'd be willing to be a little bit aggressive. Maybe not all aggressive, but a little bit.
What the fuck?
And that deals in.
There it is.
The game will be over. Minato gets the win. And I'm pretty sure, as you say, that secures second place.
The 4
She's got a spot on her face.
Takeda falling all the way to 3rd place from that. You know, she was running on first most of the game. And we actually didn't go to time. Fujii, with the white mocha, the Teru Teru Bozu, worked in the South Floor. She summoned the rains, the water of life, and it revived her score all the way back into first place.
This is why you should never give up. You see someone with a massive lead, you have a dealership left. But that was such like a tense game, right? We saw a huge win to start off with, and then nothing really happened. Like, a lot of things could have happened, but nothing really happened for the longest time until we exploded right at the end. What an incredible game!
An absolute shifting of the tides in South 4. all last is only the beginning there.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit sad for our last place Sugawara. She had lots of very good tempais, lots of very good Riichis, and most of them just didn't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, if we had the statistics, I wouldn't be surprised if Sugawara had the most Riichis of all the players on the table.
Yeah, I
Had
believe
so
that, I
many,
think.
but it didn't work out. Maybe she might have been tied with Takeda. Maybe Takeda had like one or two more, but yeah.
But yeah, what a fun match. And that will be it for me, because Nuya will be replacing the next game with, I believe, Jenn and Gemma.
That's right, JPML duo extraordinaire. But before we say goodbye to you, Chiral, don't forget to check them out. It's Me Chiral. What can we expect at It's Me Chiral on Twitch?
So I do some variety streaming and stuff, but we do also stream quite a lot of Mahjong. We have that RonRon League, which is actually coming to a close now, going into the final round in the next 2 weeks.
We've got finals coming up, JKRL
The final round, we'll be seeing how things go, yeah. If you want to join the next season, it will be starting in January. So, especially if you're a UK player, if you're not a UK resident, you might still be able to get in. We'll try and fit you in, but it is a league designed for UK players to play UK players. But yeah, it's been really fun. I've got lots of messages from people who said they've really enjoyed it so far. So
Yeah.
I hope.
I'm glad that
continue to
there's
enjoy it.
mahjong leagues around the world. It's blossoming. It's being cultivated very well, just like the bonsai, just like the mahjong hands in the game.
Yeah, I think it started off as basically like, hey, why don't we have ARML in the UK? And then someone said, why don't you make ARML in the UK? I went, oh, okay.
Well, all right. Yeah, well,
it happened. We're on our third
yeah.
season now, and it's been great.
Yeah, Chiral's been doing a really good job, as well as here commentating. So thank
I've
you,
been really enjoying
Chiral.
this was fun. Thank you for having me. And yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
And
kind of
we'll see.
interested in that.
wait, who's
Yeah.
this? We didn't introduce
Jenn.
anyone new. What's going
I
on?
don't enjoy the RonRon League because I'm failing horribly.
Yeah, you've had some bad results. I'm sorry. Hopefully the game's been fun,
Yeah.
even if the results haven't been.
No, I did well the first two seasons, and now appalling. So, but yeah, I'll be there in January if anyone wants to come and join me, take my points.
But yeah, we're here about the.
Interested if you need someone to fill in tables.
No, we did actually need a substitute player. Someone did drop out, and I've been the sub the last few games. It's been really fun, actually. So having to be the admin, but yeah. If we have I need definitely consider signing up. I would love to include more people, especially people at such a high level. This is going to be great. But yeah,
All right.
I did hear though that the WRC has released the quotas for their countries for Tokyo 2025.
For the initial quotas, yeah.
The initial
Some people
quotas.
Notice they don't add up to a multiple of 4 for the number literate. We do have 256 seats in total for the WRC 2025 Tokyo event. So we normally, and this is our normal practice, is we release the initial quotas, because as soon as you do that, suddenly some countries who've been working really hard for the last 12 to 24 months to get together their own national organization suddenly crawl out of the woodwork. And they're like, what about me? So we have those seats, seats that we're handing out for things like the Rottle for the 4-player Rottle. There was a seat offered through that. There's some other qualification routes, and just some balancing due to random geopolitical stuff that happens, which needs a little bit more sensitivity as we approach it. But yeah, if you keep an eye on the website, which is WRC2025Tokyo.com, you will be able to see as we fill out those quotas, and it finally reaches 256 players.
Awesome. I'm also informed that you want to be doing. I want you to talk about the Ronald Sandman League that's going to be coming up, and also Euro League.
Jen can talk about that. I don't only want to talk about a 3-player.
But also a Euro League. Give me the details.
Yeah, so this weekend there's another World Riichi European League happening in Cologne. Thank you to our dear friend Manuel. And this is the second of a 3 event circuit, the third being in Hamburg. So it's a lot of Germany. If you like German food, you want to attend these events. Anyway, but those 3 events will then filter into an online qualifier where players will be able to potentially obtain a World Riichi Championship seat. Those seats aren't locked only to European players, so I think we've got an Australian attending Cologne this.
Yeah, one of the really high performers in the first throttle.
Yeah, so it's really just the geography rather than can't call Europe a nationality, but you get my gist. And we're hoping, fingers crossed, that we can do it in America as well. But the logistics of that are a little bit more challenging than it has been for Germany.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more information about that. And yeah, I will leave you to your second game. Hopefully, it'll be as close as our one was. But yeah, have a good one, everybody. Thanks for having me, and I'll see you all tomorrow to watch some of the Team WRC's matches.
Yeah, Jenn on stream. Bye, Chiral.
Bye, Chiral.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
So, Jenn, Gemma, they're here for the second game. The JPML duo extraordinaire. We've got
extraordinaire.
our teams coming
Usually
up
it's
here.
Jenn and Godfrey's the duo extraordinaire, so I feel like I've got
It's a little bit early for
California
Garth's.
flip-flops to fill.
I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, it would be nice to get
I
Garth on
can.
some of the streams, but it's a bit early in Japan to have
Surely
Japan
it's
people.
the right time for him. If you catch him as he's falling out of the bar, I think it'd be fine.
No, he's a father now, so he has daycare drop off and things like that.
It's true. He
But
is
we might be able to get him
responsible
in, yeah, before the end of the season, hopefully. But we have game 2 coming up. Same teams, so we have Riichi Mahjong Sakae, which is a really famous mahjong parlor chain. Ayumi Mitsui will be representing them in the first dealer seat. In the south seat will be Yuri Ichinose from the Hyoko-do, which is also a mahjong parlor. And it's actually, we actually use that parlor for these games when there's too many tables to use just the studio. And in the west seat is Rina Ando, an up-and-coming young player from Hokkaido, who is getting a lot of FaceTime, so she's really popular. And Yuri Arae in the north seat, playing for Spica, which is an Akasaka. This is Mahjong Lounge, so it's a Mahjong parlor and maybe relaxing place. I haven't been there
Mahjong
myself.
is not
so
a relaxing thing, so I can't believe that's.
I don't know about lounge. I mean, just the word lounge makes me think you're just like, you putting the seat back and.
Really, it makes me think of an airport lounge, and I'm like, why am I here? Why am I
Ah.
doing this? Yeah, you see, me and Jenn come at things from two very different angles, so you're gonna get interesting commentary, I reckon.
Yep, we're excited for more exciting games.
But you played today, was it?
Yes. I don't wanna give away the results because they will be tomorrow. They will be coming on tomorrow, and people will be commentating on them. Not me.
Excited.
I'm not commentating on any of my own games, but in Japanese for the last game.
And how is that? Like, how is commentating Japanese? Is it stressful? Is it, a different vibe from what we're doing here?
I mean, it's a little bit different. You have more screens, so it's easier to keep track of all the tiles. But the thing about Yukan Fuji is look at Aki in the background. Nikaido Aki. The thing about Yukan Fuji is that it really gives a chance to younger players and players who haven't been commentating to get into the booth and commentate, because they just take somebody from the team, the broadcast table, who will have a teammate on the table. And so you get some, my alarm, you'll get some experience. I wanted to make sure I woke up in time for commentary. It's very early
You've
here.
been late, Jen, so, you can try harder.
Yeah.
But no,
So
I
exciting.
think I'd find it quite nerve-wracking. Like, I've been to the studio and there's cameras everywhere and lights and like pieces of paper are flung at you. And I remember once they were like showing me how they did it, and they put like an earpiece in my ear, And then they were feeding me things to say, and I'm like, I can't talk, listen to the other people, and listen to you at the same time. This is too much.
Yeah, they do have
I like this
earpieces, but
stuff.
I usually just leave that to the play-by-play. And Mitsui is doing all the play-by-play for the entire season, so
Okay.
yeah, he's
Because
got everything really under control.
they had me dial in remote, and I remember you remember it was on the JPML news little thing that they do with Yamai and Moriyama. And like Shinya was telling me things to ask, and I'm like, I can't listen to you and listen to them. Like, I'm really stressed out now. Anyway, so this is much more comfortable. So how are we doing here already? Let's I've managed to talk through 5 discards now.
Mitsui is our dealer. This is Ichinose's hand right here. So just gonna go around. We'll start again with the dealer, Mitsui, I think, because now I need to get my bearings. I wasn't paying
Hi, Andrew,
attention.
on the chat. Hi, Andrew, on the chat. I like it when people say hi.
So Mitsui
Jenny
here
likes
is
when you
just
like
one
and
away from ready.
subscribe. So please do that. It's fulfilling for her. She's 1 away from ready. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we have missed some
And
action.
also 1 away from ready here with Ando. Pretty much everyone is getting to 1 or 2 away from ready, 2 away here with Arae. And that will be Tenpai for Mitsui, and she will reach, waiting for the 3-6 bamboo. The 5 bamboo is Ichinose was also 1 away, follows up with a chasing reach. We have Ando is also 1 away from ready, but she hasn't filled it in yet. I'm interested to see if she will reach, or if she'll even keep the Tenpai in her hand. Ichinose is waiting on a Shabo wait for the 9 bam and the 3 character, I believe. No, and Ando's gonna fold. But
I've
Arae
got
will
one team who's as a total positive, right? So
yeah, coming in there was only 1 positive, and they've just extended their lead in the first game. And it's interesting because this is a team that actually has a minus 105 penalty. So there's
how did they gain that? Very good.
Ichinose, the South player, will win the hand.
So tell us about these penalties. How did they get them? I need to know how they got. How was it 105 point penalty?
Well, if you're late, like within an hour, if you're late, but I think I arrive within an hour, you automatically, everybody gets a minus 35 penalty. And so 3 people, that totals 105. Actually, it's 105 total. I guess they split it between 3 players. Yeah.
Within an hour, though, that's quite generous, I have to be honest. If someone was late by an hour...
And maybe it's over an hour is 105. Yeah, it might be over an hour is 105 and less than an hour is like 20 each or something. I can't remember the exact numbers, but the thing is that any penalty is split between all 3 players. So it's the responsibility of the entire team to come on time, and only 1 person has to be on time. They don't have to be the first person playing. So
right. I mean, if you're recording and all of this, it's a big operation for these kinds of things, and people turning up late is a serious matter, right?
Yeah, actually, there's like been talk about actually cash penalties as well, because these are all professional players, right? And they're giving up work to show up for these matches. So if somebody doesn't show up in like for 2 hours and you have to schedule an extra 2 hours somewhere else, then that can really cut into somebody's income even. So
yeah,
and studio time, and you have to hire like a what?
I'd be tempted to disqualify people. We've got to reach here. Sorry, we've got to reach from Ichinose.
The only thing about disqualifying is that you have only 4 teams in each group. Okay, so it's not individual players getting disqualified. So that would really like make a huge impact on the rest of the season.
If they bring in cash penalties, I would support that.
Alive completes an open-ended and gets rid of the middleweight.
So Ichinose, if she'd have waited, could she have moved that over to a Sanshoku? Probably too much of a stretch, right? And why you're just moving then from a pinfu to a
Yeah, I would have.
awkward Sanshoku.
Yeah, it would have to be a middleweight or something like that. Probably just take the open-ended.
Mm-mm-mm.
Usually you want a good weight because when you're reaching, a lot of people are gonna fold, so you're really hoping to draw the tile yourself.
Mm. Oh,
And
another
Ando will
reach.
chase, yeah, waiting for the legendary 3 bamboo. I wore 3
You're
bamboo
not part of
earrings
the
today.
street bamboo cult, are you?
I wore 3 bamboo earrings today. Or one
Oh,
3 bamboo
no.
earring and 1 west earring.
No, I liked you, Jen. Changing my
You
mind
too.
now. um, but yeah, I guess Ichinose, she also has a door in there, so it's a Riichi door pinfu. Yeah, it's all right.
I mean, if she had the
Alright.
middleweight, then she may have just gone ahead with the Sanshok and not waited for open-ended, especially since the 7 is the Dora.
Mm.
But the only thing is,
Oh.
if she had done that, she'd be waiting for the Dora indicator, which is a really tough wait. And the one she won on is not the Dora indicator, so I think it was a good move.
Yeah. And she's the dealer as well, of course. So I should have mentioned that. A nice, what was it, a 5th turn discard dealer reach.
So
Not
that
going to turn that
will
down, are you?
move her really far ahead of all the other players. Normally in pro tournaments, we always start with 30,000 points, but this one you start with 25,000. Also,
Is there
MPM tournaments
bankruptcy in
usually
this
start
one?
with 25,000. No,
No.
nope. There's no
So,
busting out.
unlike
You can just keep
Chiral's
playing.
infinite points, there's also infinite loss.
Yes,
Uncapped losses.
uncapped losses. This is, they're professionals. You gotta be able to handle the swings.
So, yeah,
One away
Mitsui has a
for
nice draw here.
Ando's hand is kind of crappy. It looks like she's gonna go for all pairs, which is probably the fastest route for her right now. Mitsui, Tenpai's already second turn reach. Yeah, waiting for the
These people
8-5s.
have been building their hands quickly.
And they're playing really fast as well. Like
Yeah.
sometimes you'll get to the broadcast table and they'll play slower because they're thinking longer or because they're really conscious of the people commentating. But not
I'm
these
starting to feel really
players.
sorry for the guy like pressing the button to switch camera. There is no slacking today.
Yeah, true. I guess it like helps you stay more alert though. If people are thinking for a long time, you might, and my mind would probably wander, and oh right, I'm supposed to change the camera.
But they, usually a reach slows down the speed of the table, but they are powering through this. I guess in some ways it's an early reach, so there's not all that much you can read off it, right?
Yeah, not
You
a
have
lot of information.
one
So a lot of
discard and
times
then a
you're
reach.
just gonna, yeah, at least until there's more safe tiles and you have more Genbutsu in your hand, you're gonna, I'm sorry, just play what's best for you in your hand.
Yeah, so Genbutsu is where it's completely safe because it's been discarded already.
Right, usually it's in that player's discard, or if they've reached, it's in somebody's discard after the reach.
Exactly. So yeah, if there's any terminology or any concepts that anyone's not sure about in the chat, please do ask. Do not feel ashamed. There is no such thing as a stupid question. Unless you're asking where you get the free soap earrings. I'm joking.
Ichinose has Tenpai as well, but she's not going to reach. She doesn't have a Yaku, so she can't win the hand, but she's dealer, so she's gonna look to change it too. You'll see right here. She's waiting for the 369 dot.
Just looking to draw it, maybe? I'd be tempted to reach that. It's a nice weight. Oh, 4-2 pin. Is she gonna can? The audience wants her to can.
I can't imagine her conning because she's just so far away from ready, but yeah, Ichinose, I would be tempted also to reach with that 3-sided weight. but she might switch to a.
The red dragon 5-pin weight, maybe?
I mean, she might have been waiting to pawn the red dragon and discard the 8, or she's gonna discard the red dragon, and that's fine. She can re-tempai, and this time she might. I don't know if she's gonna end up with the Yakko though. She has a 1, 2, 3, so she can't do an inside hand. I don't know, but maybe she's really happy that she, because she would have dealt in that 5 dot if she had reached. So I don't know, maybe she would have won earlier on this 6 or 9. I think it was discarded and she wasn't able to win on it. So, but it would have been hard to tell because if she reached, who knows if they would have discarded the 3, 6, 9. Now she's tempai again. And she reaches, but deals into Mitsui.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was tough. She could have discarded the 4 dot, but then the 4 dot does not look particularly safe either, so.
Am I a little bit echoey? I think I'm being told I'm a little bit echoey. I don't know why. Now you have the exact same mic setup as last week, and then it does weird things. But I
put up
my
a
mic's
bunch
too
of
echoey.
I put up a bunch of the, what do you call it, the egg crates on my door. I'm not sure how effective they are, but
Egg crates? Oh, you mean the sound thingamabobbers? Yeah, I know what you mean now.
yeah.
It's tough when you're you're in your closet basically, right?
My office. Thank you very much.
Sorry, the office. It's a closet.
It's a walk-in closet. Okay, at least.
It's a walk-in closet with Christmas lights. But it's very nice. It's better than I'm perched on my dining room table.
Your dining room is a little bit like acoustically echoey, probably. I don't know. I remember it's
last week, but it's not this week. I don't know what. I'm looking around now to see if I've moved a piece of furniture.
Yeah,
I have sat my microphone on a book because I thought it'd make it better. Let me see if I can move that.
It doesn't bother me at all. I'm just trying to find reasons for you.
Gremlins and the machine. That's what we're at.
Ando is our dealer now. She has a pair of green dragons, which she might end up. I'm assuming she's gonna pawn if it comes out. Try and get a quick hand to keep her dealership. She says she looks up
last
to.
at the moment.
Yeah, but she still has 2 turns a dealer, including this one. So she says she looks up to Mari Takamiya, M League player for Mahjong Fight Club team.
I like Mari-chan. She's really nice.
She is really, really nice. Yeah.
She often has a worried expression on her face, though, right? She often looks very concerned about something. I always want to know what it is.
Yeah, it might be part of the poker face. So if she's always looking concerned, then nobody's going to be able to tell when she actually is or not. Mitsui will pawn the red dragon, which brings her to 1 away from ready. And Ichinose has this floating Dora in her hand that she doesn't look like she can use it.
Yeah, it's so really awkward. I hate central Doras. I mean, if you can connect them, they're lovely. If you can't, completely screwed because you can never throw it.
There's a green dragon call I was talking about. That will bring Ando to Tenpai, waiting for the 4 dot. So now she has the fastest hand. Mitsui is trying to keep up, still 1 away. Trying to fill in 1 up. She has open-ended.
The 4 dot doesn't feel likely to come out, right? Because it's adjacent to the Dora.
Yeah, it's the Dora indicator, so there's already 1 less in play than the other tiles. And obviously Ichinose is gonna keep it. That's the whole reason why she's holding on to the Dora. But there aren't really 4 dots. There's 1 4 dot in someone's hand, in Arae's hand, and that's it. So there are still 4 dots in the wall, and I think Mitsui might discard it as well.
Okay, what driver do you think Mitsui will throw it? She's really keen.
Well, she's only 1 away from ready, and she has like all open. She has really good shapes, so I'm not sure that she assumes Ando is Tenpai already.
Hmm.
It will just depend on that. But even if she deals in, it's only 2 hans. It's only 2,900 to the dealer. She might decide that that risk is worth it. Oh, there is one for dot on the board. I'm sorry, I missed it. So there's one more in the wall.
There's only one left. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
And that'll bring Mitsui to Tenpai.
Yeah.
And also Ichinose is now 1 away, and she really wants to get rid of that.
Yeah. Poor Dora.
So, 1 away, 1 away. Eternal 1 away. And Arae's hand, wow, Dora fills in. She's also 1 away. Gonna have to probably, she wants to get rid of this middleweight, I think.
Yeah.
She's kind of assessing, because she was keeping it in case of the Sanshoku. But she'll get rid of the 9.
That's that way.
Yeah, I mean, she's using so many of those tiles, and it's around the door, and there's a bunch on the board already, so... ended up being like basically a sideways she's discarding there, the 9-8. Mitsui will draw the 3 for a very cheap hand, just 300 and 500. 300 from the non-dealers and 500 from the dealer, but she advanced the dealership to Arae, so Ando will not be able to win and keep her dealership. The dealer will move to Arae. I totally have information.
They have not wasted any time. Yeah, we're not going to have much time together. Playing too quickly.
They are playing super quickly. Arae, originally from Shizuoka Prefecture, part of the Nihon Pro Mahjong Association. And she's in 11th place right now with a plus 129.6. So, besides the team competition, there's also an individual competition. I think the top 30 or so make it to the playoffs in some form or another. There's different levels, like the top 10 make it to like the 3rd round of playoffs, and the top 20 make it to the 2nd round, and like that. But she's in 11th place, so she's in a really good position to make it to the playoffs as an individual.
They always like to tell you which prefecture they're from, right? It's always very important in Japan to know which prefecture someone's come from.
Well, I've made a point of looking up every single player's prefecture. Because I think it's interesting, because most of these players are living in Tokyo. Not all of them. Ando is still living in Hokkaido, and she traveled down for this competition, but...
Wow, that's a long way.
Yeah.
Because Japan is long. It's small, but it's like long.
It's very long, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I was reading something about people are talking about high-speed rail in Japan, because you can travel from one end of the country to the other in high-speed rail, but nobody does that because it's really too far. It would take like 20 hours to travel from Hokkaido to Kyushu.
It would, yeah. It's a
Mommy's
distance,
commentating right now. My daughter says hello.
It's a Ron. She got the 5 bamboo, was it? Yeah, she had the 5 bamboo. So not
a 2 Dora.
Dora in there, right? No, it was a 2 Dora. Sorry,
yeah.
I just saw the 1 Dora. Okay.
So 1,000.
These people are building these hands really, really quickly.
Oh, sorry. It was a discarded one. So 3,900.
Yeah.
What? Mama no video mita. You watched me play yesterday? Oh, thank you.
Jenn made her fans.
Yes, from scratch.
Yeah. Handmade fandom. That's the way to do it.
Alright, so now we are already in South 1. Not the easiest way at all. Oh my god. Yeah. That's a whole nother story for a whole nother broadcast. So Mitsui is a dealer again from Chiba Prefecture, part of the Saikoi and Nihon Pro Mahjong Association.
So our chat is talking about a mahjong nightclub. I'm not really sure how you incorporate mahjong to a nightclub. Hearing the calls is difficult enough already.
I guess it depends on what kind of. If it's like a dancing nightclub, it might be rough. But this lounge might be sort of like a nightclub.
Yeah. I always remember being told in Tokyo that dancing was illegal. I couldn't believe it. And I went
It's
to a
after
nightclub
a
and
certain
oh.
time. Yeah, it was like after 11
Yeah.
p.m. or something.
Who
Which
is
was a-
dancing before 11 p.m.? I want
Yeah,
to
it's
meet
a
these people.
huge culture shock going to Taipei where like it's required to dance after 11 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I was exactly going to raise that. I was like, huh. And then, yeah, in Taiwan, you can't go out without dancing until you drop.
Ichinose
Again,
has
it's
another
so
fast
fast.
hand, yeah.
Crazy.
Ando
We
has
cannot.
that floating door on the edge she's trying to figure out what to do with. And now Arae does
Yeah.
as well, but she's going to go for all pairs, so she's just going to try and pair up that Dora, but Ando will have a much harder time
Oh,
using
not
it.
also not Tempai here yet, but it's close. One away.
Don't take my dinosaur.
Tempai down the 2-5-man, but no reach. Maybe looking for that Sanshoku. I don't know. These people are really good at mahjong. Oh, and now we have a Riichi here.
They're so good and they're so
Mitsui is really
fast.
pushing. Yeah. I need these people to teach me how to play.
This is a re-tempai. Ichinose she was waiting for the 2-5 and she did not reach, probably hoping for either a Sanshoku or a Dora, either one.
Yeah.
And she's gonna stick with that plan.
But I'm not sure I'd want to push with that one.
Ichinose is just gonna push. Oh!
And another Dora!
Ando pairs up the Dora, yeah, she kept it and kept it. But she still has 2 floating tiles that are really hard to discard to reaches.
Yeah, and a 7-man.
Yeah, the 6 dot.
Yeah, I think Arae is going to bury that Dora there. That's not coming out, is it? And Ando is holding. Sorry, not Ando. Ichinose is holding on to this. No, she's dropped. Oh, she's dropped. Okay.
Yeah,
I say she's holding on to this hammer, and she's like, nah. Doesn't have the balls for that 9-pin. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Ando's gonna stick to safe tiles as well. But for Arae, it's gonna be hard for her to do anything.
Yeah.
She'll just fold as well with the West discard.
I don't like that hand. I'd be folding it, yeah.
See, this is a hand that Corak should have been commentating because it's so fast.
It's true. Corak is
game, yeah.
a crazy brain for this. It's gonna hold strong. You see, that's where I think my my demeanor crumbles because I'm like, oh, obviously Mahjong wants me to win. Otherwise, why would it give me this tile again? Mahjong doesn't want you to win, dear audience. It does not want you to win.
You're not playing only against the other 3 players. You're playing against Mahjong.
Yeah, exactly. We'll meet it at the pearly gates, I'm sure, but I have some questions when I get there.
So Mitsui said that during the weekdays, she's our current dealer, of course, she plays pachinko or pachi slot during the days and mahjong at night. And then on the weekends, she bets horses during the day and plays pachinko or pachi slot at night. Except for when she has, when she has professional matches, those are always take precedence. But if she doesn't, then that's how she spends her weekdays and weekends. It's a very tight schedule.
I don't know if I'd like it or hate it. Yeah, as you say, it must be
like a dream
a
for
lot
me.
of work, right? Oh, really?
I don't feel the need to bet on horses, but yeah, if I really wanted to just be a professional pachi slot player. But I needed a visa, so I had to like actually work.
I just
If
couldn't,
I
couldn't
like,
stand the noise at a pachinko place. Like if you've not been to a pachinko place, it's just constant noise. Like the lights of the machines and then like beeps of the machines and then the metal balls constantly falling, and people shouting welcome and no.
yeah, I mean, we're
It's too much
wearing
input for me.
earplugs, so.
I see. Jen's got this talent. So we go into a washout or a draw, however you'd like to call it. But that means that Mitsui, our dealer, keeps her dealership. Is there any gossip going on at the moment in the Yukan Fuji? I feel like there should be some gossip. You're not going to tell us, are you?
No, everybody is like so sweet and happy and enjoys like getting together for the games, and like it's a really nice atmosphere. And of course,
Makes a good
Sugawara, the M
television,
leaguer, was in the last game. She was really excited to actually subscribe to the channel today. I took my little flyer with the QR code and I made everybody in the JPML office
Aw.
sign up for the channel, and she
I
was kind
took
of the
her to-
most proactive for it.
So I took her to Paris in like 2019, right? This was pre-COVID. Yes, it was 2019. And yeah, she's just so sweet. Like it's kind of gross how sweet these girls can be. But yeah. Hopefully she thinks about our time in Paris sometimes.
She had a book that just came out, so she's really, really keeping busy.
Oh wow.
Alright, so Mitsui is trying to catch up with Ichinose's lead. She wants to keep her dealership as long as possible and try and take over. Already her in a second place, the Sakae team was started negative, but thanks to Fujii's win in the first game, they are almost positive, and if Mitsui can finish in this position or higher, then she will bring the team to positive.
We commented on this last week, right? That the swings are huge depending on your first place, right?
Yeah, first place is always plus, like, basically a minimum of 40, so I guess minimum of kind of 41. So it's definitely massive. It's not a minimum. We don't have a minimum, yeah.
Quite a few patchy slot players in the chat, I've noticed, or wannabe patchy slot players.
Yeah, that's me as well, the wannabe ones. I actually took video. I'm gonna make a video for my YouTube about patchy slot. But the thing is that the patchy slot is really different from slot machines in the West because you can actually like read the machines. So, they're actually beatable, but it takes a lot of dedication.
Now, Jen, correct me. You are a patchy slot character, though, right?
I have been. I don't think I am for any
You have
current
been.
machines, but yes, I have been in the past. And
I've
pachinko.
definitely played a patch. I made an effort to go into a pachinko parlor just to play Jen's patchy slot machine once. So now I can boast that I know a patchy slot character, not just a player, which I think is a little bit cooler.
They had the
Sorry,
Mahjong
Mitsui.
Fight Club machines. But Garth and I were in a pachinko machine that was weird. It was just Garth and I and then Mari Takamiya. And it was like it's called like tropical mahjong. It was really interesting. It was really
Like
fun.
Garth only wears flip flops, so that suits.
Yes. Yes. Oh, only Mari was wearing a swimsuit, so I don't know.
Curious.
So we do
curious
have a reach on the
aestheticisms.
table. Yeah,
We
reach on the
do.
table
Sorry,
from
I'm
Ichinose.
distracting us.
No, I wanted to talk about Pachi Slot's my fault.
Yeah, so she's waiting on a 7-pin. It's not a great weight, but
She did get at least
mean,
Arae
it's
to
not-
fold her hand. Mitsui
yeah, and
as
it's not
well looks like
obvious
it's
how to
folded.
improve it, right?
Yeah, and I just did I say it's from Ichinose? It's from Ando. I'm sorry. I totally was looking at the
Yeah,
wrong.
sorry, Sandra. Yeah. And she does win it.
Yeah, she got a Suji trap right there, and it came out right away. She drew the 4 dot and discarded it.
And pushes the dealership off Mitsui, which is probably a good thing for her now.
Yeah, it's good for Ando for sure.
Um,
That will swing
That's
her
quite a
into almost second place. So
yeah.
yeah, ending the dealership of the second place player is going to be really beneficial to her. And the first
Yep.
place
And
player,
she's got
Ichinose,
dealership
will be
left.
will be dealer.
Yeah. But I guess that both Mitsui and Ando will be looking to push Ichinose off this dealership as quickly as possible. I mean, it probably doesn't change their strategy from all the other hands, which seems to be as fast as possible, right? Dora stays as the one bamboo.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Dora.
playing fast. I don't know if playing fast actually translates to tempying fast.
We've
I
seen
guess.
a lot of fast tempais, don't you think? I mean, come on,
Yeah, we
a
have.
second discard tempo, 4, 5, everything seems to be in that first row. Usually, you get a little bit of time to chat before the real action starts. As they discard all the shrapnel and then you're like, oh, okay, now there's some real mahjong decisions happening. Whereas this, it's been right. These girls know how to draw tiles. End of story.
The Dora is the one bamboo, which is like basically one in almost everybody's hand, except for Arae. Arae will go from 4 pairs to 3 pairs. Mitsui is interesting because she had sort of a flush option there, but
Yeah.
she drew the open-ended in the bamboos and decides not to go for the flush.
I mean, she's still pretty close to the top, right? Only doesn't, 2 medium-sized hands are enough.
Yeah, currently, I mean, with the dealer, the Oyakaburi, she could draw a Mangan to take over first place. But Arae will pull in the white dragon. She is going for a quicker hand. This hand, she said this hand's not going to get expensive and it's going to be hard to tempai without calling. So she's probably just going to try and end Ichinose's dealership, as you said.
Yeah, you don't want your first place pulling even further away from you because she has a dealership left, right? So,
Yeah.
as Chiral says, the infinite points method. You could just pump them for all points and get back up, but that would be a much harder hill to climb if Ichinose has managed to pull further ahead. A little bit of a mid-term strategy. Mid-term strategy rather than a short-term,
Yeah. So she will be Arae did tempai. Now she cheated from Ando. Ando just kept she keeps pairing up even though she doesn't want to go for pairs. Kind of a rough draw.
I can't see this draw.
Yeah, Mitsui's kind of leaning forward too much and blocking her hand.
So Ichinose has those 4 8 bamboos, and even though they're not connected to any other tiles in the hand, she's held on to that, right? She's not called can. And I think a lot of our non-Japanese players or overseas players would have called a can immediately. Do you not think? Do you have any opinions on that?
I think you'll see it more often, but generally for the closed cons, you want to be closer to tempai before you con. And for open cons, generally you don't want to do it unless you've already called other tiles. But especially when other players haven't called any tiles and they might be reaching, you really want to be cautious about conning and adding Dora to adding Uradora that you won't be eligible for. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's close con, she'll be eligible for it, but if she doesn't tempai first, then it's not going to be beneficial to her. So.
I mean, she's moving forward to a tempai, but yeah, she's not there yet still.
Yeah, I think she's too many groups, maybe. She has a kind of a weird, she has too many. There it is.
She's tempai now, right? No, she's not.
No, she's
it's partly
why
I want to can to get rid of it, because you're right, there's too many groups, right?
Yeah. She
But
said she's between these kanchan here. She gets rid of the edge and so she can call for Tanya probably.
Yeah, but she's hit on that Kandora, so it's worked out for her. Another thing I'd like to point out for those players who may be less experienced, don't tend to like push the dead wall. You don't tend to split the dead wall away from the live wall. So
Yeah,
then if
we
people
usually
pull the pan, you're not thinking about.
we usually do that for non-pro matches, and then for pro matches we don't.
Exactly.
But if there's non-pros playing, we almost always cut it so that it's easy for the non-pros to understand and see. There's a question in the chat. No, Ando is not related to Ando Mitsuru, who passed away like just before I became a pro, actually. So
Ando's quite
Mitsui
a
is waiting for
common
the
name.
south. Yeah, it's pretty common. But yeah, he was a really influential player that I didn't get the chance to meet. But
Ichinose has decided to bow out of this.
yeah, Arae is in a tough
Arae?
spot. Her hand is so
Yeah.
short; it's really hard to fold to
Doesn't
this
have
reach.
many. Yeah. Doesn't have many tiles
But
to play with.
Just a single south weight. But how is she supposed to know that?
Yeah. I don't know. I think when you put yourself in this situation, you've got to keep going forward, right? Yeah. But yeah, Ichinose is probably quite, because there's obviously, there's two Uradors as well if that reach comes through, so it could become very painful. Oh, no, we're not back in tempo. Sorry.
Yeah,
I keep seeing that as tempo and it's not. Yeah. And then, yeah, Arae has just got unlucky. Everyone else is drawing her characters and being able to use them.
And two players are tempai. So that means the
It
dealership will
does
move to Ando.
exactly. It pushes Ichinose off that dealership, which is really a result for Ando and Mitsui here, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ando would have liked to be tempai. She's a little bit she's in a tougher spot now, further away from first
She
place.
is. But it is her dealership. So, and
dealers
I
get-
don't dislike that draw.
Yeah, it's a nice looking hand. One
Yeah,
complete.
awkward drawer.
Yeah, but she has a complete
Still.
a complete sequence, and I think 3 open-endeds were in there.
Yeah, nice weights. There's a lot that can go on there. Beyonce's hand's not so great. And she draws another tile, which could be useful. And she's dropped that door really early, so she is telling the other players at this table that she is in for this one. So that might impact their decisions as they move forward.
Arae has a really expensive looking hand. She has too many groups, so she's gonna have to get rid of a block somewhere, but she could pull in the double south. She's gonna pull in that right now. Yes, there it is. And she also can pull in the green dragon later. So she gets rid of the middle weight and keeps some pairs so that she can pull more tiles. So generally, if you want to get the green dragon already,
Yeah.
she's
The
waiting
calling's
for
so
the side
fast. Yeah. Poor camera switcher cannot keep up here. Ichinose does not need that use. There's no value to her. It's not going to push her hand forward. And we're 5-8 pin here from Arae. Not very valuable.
Well, she has
Better
300 just from those calls, so it's definitely not nothing. It's 3,900 plus there's she's
sorry, she's got the green dragon as well. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It was so fast, my brain didn't register the green. It only registered the south.
And there's a reach stick in the middle and one continuance, so it's definitely up to a mid-sized hand already.
Yeah, true. And she's got a
and she draws it.
And she drew it.
So she gets points from everybody, which is good because it will get her closer to each spot.
I guess she could have made that into a mangan if she drew the 9 pin. That might have been a bit greedy though, right?
Yeah, I'm not. That would have been a tough call, the open-ended or waiting. I guess it would depend on what was on the board at that time. But she's put herself in a good position to get up to even second place. She was really far behind with only like 13,000, but now she's up to 18,000, which just feels so different.
It does. It really does. It's what, 1,700 away from Ando.
And that brings the dealership to her. This is her first time playing in Yukan Fuji.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she was in the Tokai Regional League, which is like Shizuoka, and some other prefectures that I probably should know, but and she moved she switched her membership to the Tokyo League this year.
Oh, okay. I did not know you could do that. Is it easy? You just write a letter, please. Can I join you in Tokyo?
Oh yeah, I mean, if you move to Tokyo, you just transfer you don't really need
Uh,
permission. You just need to give notification usually.
okay. I guess because the tests are fundamentally the same, right, between the regions, between the prefectures.
Yeah, I think that some of the regions, like she's in the NPM, so it's different than JPML. Yeah, I should just reach as quickly as possible.
It's a
Try and get
dealer
everyone
reach,
off
of
their
course.
hands.
Although I feel like Ichinose is not going to get knocked off that hand. She drew some nice tiles.
Or Mitsui apparently either.
Yeah. They're not respecting this dealer. Look at this. Come on, you can't.
Mitsui doesn't want her second place taken away. So in JPML Shizuoka League, there is like a provisional test. They have like a test that's a little bit different than the Tokyo test. And if the leader of the Shizuoka region like gives you permission, then you can go play in Tokyo matches and things. So it's kind of like provisional, I guess, like a probationary test. I don't think any other regions have that. North Kanto definitely doesn't have that. So I guess it's an initiative for the Shizuoka League to try and train new players and give them opportunities to play in local pro matches before they feel they're ready to take the full test and play in the Tokyo matches.
But it's interesting that, even in Japan, there's not like one consistent professional experience.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only place where I've heard of that. I don't think that's true for other leagues either. And Ando is also Tenpai trying to keep her third place.
Wow, you
And
better than
Mitsui
that.
working really hard to keep her second place.
Oh my word.
Ichinose.
And that one bamboo is right next to the two bamboo Riichi drop. Yeah, I can see why that would be tough to throw here. But there are two bamboos on the table. You can't see any of the three bamboos though, so it is risky.
And Tenpai for Ando waiting for the 5/8 character.
Oh, Arae,
No,
it's not coming through for you.
Yeah, this reach did not scare anybody off. Well, I guess Ichinose a little bit, but Ichinose is in first place. She didn't have to worry about it very much.
He doesn't need to lose the points to this, right?
Ando switches from open-ended to a Shabo with pair weight. Ichinose not sure what to do, really.
I know. That one, I wouldn't want to throw that one bamboo. I really wouldn't. I can see why she's had clinging to it.
Yeah, generally you feel like the straddle Suji to the reach discard is dangerous. So straddle would be any Suji surrounding the tile.
Yeah, she's still dancing though. She's still not. She's still got hope. The hope that gets you, I think, there. Alright, discard.
It's just Mitsui's hand is just so interesting to me. She called all that to wait for the side 3-dot. I guess light pink Yoshi would appreciate that.
Now let's see how Mitsui thinks about the one bamboo. She obviously thinks it's as dangerous as Ichinose does. Yeah, she does.
Gives it up.
There you go.
That
Yeah.
was the one that did it.
Mm-hmm.
Ichinose is drawing those tiles that would make Gemma try and go for Tempai again.
The siren call, Jen. I can't.
Oh, one bamboo was safe.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at that,
and
everybody.
yeah, and I was reach. I could see her hesitate. She's like, "Oh no, not the one bamboo."
Could not. Yeah, Ichinose could not discard that one bamboo fast enough as soon as she saw it.
It's interesting that they all have the same vibe about that one tile, right? They all were like, "Oh no, not the one bamboo, anything but this tile." And I managed to, diffuse that because she was in reach. Didn't have any choice. I could see her worried, but no. Pain of being in reach. I think we're going to go to a draw, you know.
Mitsui can Tempai, yeah. She'll take it. So you have 3 players Tempai, I think. Ando has maintained her Tempai as well.
And here we are.
So only the first place player is not Tempai, which puts her in a more vulnerable state for the last.
Yeah, that is. She is not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, repeat.
Especially if she held on to that one bamboo for so long.
Yeah, she did have a really good hand, actually, if there wasn't a reach.
Yeah. I would have been really tempted to push a little bit harder on it quicker. Maybe that would have been too aggressive, but first so close. Yeah.
Right, trying to keep that lead that Spica had coming in, even with their massive penalty. They were so far ahead of all the other players, all the other teams. But Sakae is sneaking up on them today.
Mitsui has quite a nice hand. Ichinose, yeah, she is not ready to let go of her first place.
She's calling from a really far away hand, but she's trying to put pressure on all the other players, I think.
Yeah.
Just didn't notice that pressure did nothing last hand with the reach from the dealer.
Yeah. These people were unimpacted. They did not care for that reach. Even from the dealer, they were like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, Ando has too many blocks, and she's going to have to try and decide what to do with that.
So Mitsui here does have a potential for a 789 Sanshoku, right?
Yeah.
And she's going to get that door out quickly.
It'll be rough with because the 7-8 or the 6-7 is open-ended in the dots.
Yeah.
Ando locks in open-ended, but still has 6 blocks. Has not decided which way to go. So it's a side way in the bamboos, and it would be a middle way in the dots if she goes for. I think going for more of a full straight would be, or pure straight would be better, probably. There is a reach stick on the table. So this 4,900 point difference is actually only 3,900.
Oh,
and with a continuance, yeah. She gets
That's
it.
the draw you wanted. Yeah, that's the draw she wanted. She's still got options though, right? And that's a good draw for Ando as well. Arae is slowing down now, not getting the tile she needs. Oh, that's a good draw for Ando again.
Well, she's Tempai, but she's to decide between a middle weight or a Shabo weight, a pair weight.
Yeah,
she chooses a pair weight and reaches.
2 pairs. I'm not sure if I'd have wanted to reach that. I don't know. I guess you have to, right? If you want to jump a place, you want an opportunity to jump a place.
I don't know if that even gives her really an opportunity to jump a place.
You're not thinking about the Jenn.
Yeah.
She's gonna hit 5 of them somehow. It's gonna happen.
You know, one of the players last week was saying that she likes playing for Mahjong Union because she never gets Uradora anyway, so she'd rather play with rules that don't even have it. And I agree.
I was about to say that betrays a certain psychology and personality type. Yeah.
Arae trying to decide what to do. She wants to stay dealer, but this Dora has just can't. I mean that reach will get
There's
the Dora
one
off.
on the
dealer
table,
off the
right?
hand.
Yeah. Yeah, right is not in a good place now, I don't think. And she's Tempai, right? Yes.
Tempai waiting
Yes,
for it.
which-
Oh, this is a first place taking hand. Ichinose 1 away now. Triples up the white dragon. So now she'll have 2. She'll
It
have
does
2
make Ando's hand more
value
exciting. Oh, there's
tiles.
she gets the Dora out despite another reach on the table. But we can see 3 7 bamboos, right? So there's only 1 7 left out there. But I draws that she can also use it, so it's not a great weight. But Mitsui is not to know that.
I wonder if Ichinose would end up dropping it if there's like a fair bamboo comes out on the board.
Mm.
And
This is
Tempai
Tempai
for
here as well.
Arae, yeah.
On the 7 bamboo
She
again,
has to
potentially, or
reach.
the 9.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she goes for the Shabo. She definitely
The
has to
Shabo
reach
is
as a dealer.
the Shabo is where you've got 2 pairs waiting to complete one as a triplet.
Yes.
I know you know that, Jen.
I was agreeing with you. I was confirming your I don't know. I was yes
I do
anding.
like validation. Yeah. Yes, and.
Oh, there's a 7 bamboo.
7 bamboo.
Mitsui will take first place.
Ah! Oh, I love a Sanshoku. And
And
she
that
hits
looks
a
like an
Dora.
Ura too. Yeah, Ura.
Yeah,
So that would be
8 man,
8,000
right?
points. Yeah.
Ah, Ichinose
Oh, 12,000,
is
sorry. What? Oh no,
Ichinose is
8,000 plus
kicking herself.
4 reach sticks for 12,000.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ichinose is kicking herself for not pushing harder on that previous hand. I'm telling you now. She's like, if I'd just thrown that damn bird, it would have been fine. You didn't throw the damn bird, Ichinose, so here we are. It's an exciting game, though.
Nice. That brings Arae down to 9,200. Big. So Mitsui came back for I can call it a gyakuten. She had a comeback. First place, she gets plus 48.5 for her team. Ichinose will only get plus 12.1. So I think that brings Sakae's team into first place because Arae's team, Spica, was in first place before, and with that minus 40, they come down almost to 0.
That was an exciting game, though, right? Because they were all kind of there was options for all of them right up to the very bitter end.
Yeah, I mean, even moving up one place, and their scores were so close that honestly, even like getting some points and staying in third place for Ando would have been really beneficial because we're only I think 4. I think this might only be the 4th session for their. Even though we're halfway through, I think this group is not quite halfway through. So getting any points at this point is actually really helpful when their scores are so close together. You know, if you're like minus 200, then maybe not. But when you're only like minus 10 or 20 for the team, then even getting 5,000 points or 4,000 points is like a quarter of that difference. So.
There were a lot of reach sticks on that table as well to.
I know that made the mangan into basically a haneman.
Yeah. Something that sometimes people forget, right? That actually, those sticks, especially at the start, 1,000 points is a big deal. I've lost games on 100 points before, so those continuations also do matter. So if you're thinking about how do I up my mahjong game, you really need to get your mental arithmetic and being able to manipulate those numbers in your head down. It's tough. Not a skill we have to use in our modern days anymore. Unlike what my maths teacher told me, I do have a calculator in my pocket constantly. So try not to use the calculator.
But your
try and do it in your head and build that skill.
Your math teacher told you to keep a calculator in your pocket?
No, we were such every
Oh.
time I was like, well, why do I need to learn how to add numbers? And they're like, you think you're going to be walking around with a calculator in your pocket?
We are,
Yes,
yeah.
now
we
I
do that
basically
now.
have a computer in my pocket that could send a man to the moon. It was better than the one we send a man to the moon with, but hey ho.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But
I
also
maybe
with these
American teachers
rules,
are kind of.
with these rules, if the last hand ends in a draw, then all the reach 6 stay on the table. So Mitsui really made use of all of those and collected them all for herself.
Put them up. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Wasn't gonna leave the
game.
cash on the table.
So that will do it for Gemma and I. Make sure you sign up for the Sammarado once we can. I'm so playing in the Sammarado. I might get
So
KY to play it.
Jenn is hardcore on the 3-player mahjong. I am.
I mean,
Not
pretty
so
much
much, but I'll make an exception for my own event.
Most professionals in Japan love Samma. Most. I don't know why. I think it's just because we have to play seriously so much. It's like a fun break.
That's true. It is fun. It's volatile, a lot more movement. Yeah, I can see the attraction. I'm just too serious a person.
All right, so we'll hand the mics back over to Tips again and to Corak. Corak, man, you should have been commentating this last game. There was so
we
fast.
needed you. We needed you, mate.
We'll see if there are any tangents in the next game, but gonna focus a little more on the action, perhaps.
Please do.
Yes. No, the game was just so fast that, yeah, that was definitely, they were playing fast as well. So, all right, well, good luck.
Thank
We'll
you
be
all.
watching in the chat. I'll be in the chat. So everybody chat and like and subscribe. And yeah, thank you, Gemma.
Thank you,
Thank you, Jen. See you
everyone.
later. Thanks, guys.
Of course, you can see Gemma here on the World Riichi Championship channel, youtube.com/@WorldRiichi. You can find her on X at damaqueengem, as you saw before. Jenn also has her own personal YouTube channel, mahjongjen with 1 N. But she also features a lot here on the World Riichi channel, and she has her Twitch, twitch.tv/mahjongjen, and did like everything, honestly. She has a lot of socials. So check her out. In the meantime, give us a thumbs up, like, and subscribe to the channel if you've been appreciating the great mahjong. And these have been two very exciting, very down-to-the-wire matches, both with big comebacks in South 4. So South 4 is only the beginning. Of course, as Jenn mentioned, I am joined here by Corak. How you doing, Corak?
Pretty good.
That's
Yeah, just a big win there on the end for the comeback. You like to see. I mean, and as long as you're not the one dealing it never feels good on that end. But for the viewers, that's absolutely the type of tough, hard-fought game, but then a showdown on the end and the comeback ultimately.
Yeah, I think you've always got to calculate your results, and it's interesting that Jenn and Gemma were talking about that mental math thing. It feels like it almost is second nature to a lot of Japanese players. They can just do it, and a lot of the Riichi players don't think about it. I don't know whether it's just because the people, the Riichi players have studied it so much, or whether they just overall tend to be better at math. But it's definitely a lot of thing that a number of other players don't quite have down all the way around the world.
Knowing your winning condition regardless is just always going to help. It's one of those things that you don't get punished for not knowing it until you do, and then you just put your head down and study it. That's one of those, you get the one experience and your response is never again.
Yeah, like the amount of because Riichi's scoring system is just so complicated, the amount of mental math that you need to do compared to the other mahjong formats is quite high, and it's actually pretty impressive. Just the sort of like baseline standard.
Well, even
that
just the
people just
sumo
expect.
split of 2-1-1
Right.
is hard to calculate. You can usually figure out, what do I need to row, and that's not that difficult.
Yes,
But then
sure.
the 2-1-1 split, and of course the dealer's going to pay half of that. So if you're only, say, 10,000 behind dealers, if you're 9,000 behind someone else, and you just have to factor all of that in.
And of course, we are watching professionals here, so they have a higher standard in comparison to just amateur.
Well, to
or
become
open
professionals,
tournaments.
that's usually on those tests, because that is
Yes.
something is very easy to evaluate whether you could do math.
Yeah, it's quite easy to put that on a page as opposed to what's the best discard, what would you discard kind of. Although there are some of those, if you're just talking pure efficiency, but also in more conversational questions. Like sometimes in the interviews, they'll give you a what would you discard, and then you'd have to explain it, even if there's not just one right answer.
Exactly. It's not necessarily, hey, you need to cut the tomb on here. It's, these are the options, here are the pros and cons of all of them.
Right. That being said, we've got 4 more pros. I guess technically 2 more pros because we do have some repeats here. At least all of our teams were able to field at least 2 different players for the TV table this week, which is pretty nice. I remember there was one week, so one of the teams only has 2 players total, and that was very exciting. They had to play so many games. But here we have our first dealer in the top left for Riichi Mahjong Sakae, Haruna Nakazato. That is a new face to the stream. On the south seat for Hyoko Healthy Mahjong, Hyoko-do, we've got Ayaka Matsuda. In our west seat, as we go clockwise there into the bottom right, Yuri Arae will be playing again for Mahjong Spica. And Rina Ando, as Jenn was saying, she's been getting a lot of glow. She's been getting the spotlight, a new upcoming star for Team RonRon in the north seat. That being...
Yeah, so we've seen Team Mahjong Seoul and Team Riichi City, and now we're going to have Team RonRon. Not a huge surprise that Mahjong platforms would be sponsoring teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's good too. They have skin in the game, I guess, in the actual professional Mahjong scene. Because, Mahjong started offline. Now, online, obviously, is still a very viable method, especially when you can't meet up with people and the long distances between some people can be
online
far.
Mahjong saved so many people's brains during the lockdowns in COVID. But let's not talk about that and get straight to the action.
All right, here we go. Whoa, we've got a sweater. Is it cold in there?
Well, we see the player's a little fidgety regardless, so it might be a little cold. We'll have to ask Jenn tomorrow, because of course she was in the room for some of these games. She will be on the table, I believe the second one tomorrow.
Yes, that's correct. She'll be in on the second game tomorrow.
But okay, we have a start here. Ooh, pretty good hand here. Possible 4 or 5 6 Sanshigu. Has the Easter pair up, be really nice, but at the same time, even that isn't that bad. The shape looks like Riichi Pinfu. You go for your Tanya. If you get the Sanshigu, great. If you can't, whatever. Just cut your honor, see what happens. This is a little bit weaker, but you have a 3 4 5 Sanshigu there as well. Just standard Pinfu. Again, just pretty standard, above average hands. Possible Itsu there at Manzu. Of the north pair, which is the Yakuhai, can go Honitsu. Cut the south first, though. So not going to lock in. And ooh, yeah, the east pair up. That's the double Yakuhai for dealer.
That is pretty big. But it's not a triplet yet. Only a pair. Not worth much. In fact, I think it's only worth 2 fu. That's one of the strange changes. Because normally a double wind is worth 2 han, and it's normally, as a pair, it's worth 2 times the fu. So normally it's 2 fu. You get twice as 4 fu.
Yeah, that was one of the revisions in the latest WRC rules.
Yeah, but I believe Mondo Pro League does the same. Check here.
Well, in the meantime, we take a look at these hands. 6-0 allowing a shift here. Potential Tanya will have to cut the 1-so pair to get there. This hand would love the Itsu if you can get the 1-mon or the 6-mon. You have the 4 connects to the 5 and progressing, but not too much value. There we see the double east has been called.
Yes.
There isn't any value, but double east's dealer is perfectly acceptable. You get your repeat, you get 2,900, and get really lucky. Maybe you could con it later.
Yeah, as the dealer, sometimes 2,900 doesn't seem like much value, but when you think about it holistically in the context of the entire game, 2,900 is still a decent amount. You generally have to get
Yeah, because when you're
Yeah.
not dealer, what do you think a reasonably good sized hand is? 3,900 is kind of the cut line for
Right.
that. 29's that far. You're halfway between the 2,000 and the 39. So
Yeah.
it's not great, but it's not bad.
And the occasional opportunity to con or to find 40 fu somehow, and all of a sudden you are up there. You're up there at 3,900. Exactly
Now,
the
it's
same.
not going to happen this time because we did see the last East.
Right.
So a bit of a miss here.
Yeah, the double wind pairs are indeed only worth 2 fu, looking it up. So there's that.
You're going to see
Doesn't-
the 1-pin cut here breaks down the 1-1-2-4 shape. Oftentimes you cut the 4-pin there and just have the slightly wider acceptance, but the 1-pin's dead at this point, so it doesn't do much as a pair.
Yeah, I can see it on the board, so even the players know that as well.
The 6-pin pair gets to Ishanten, and yeah, there's the other one. You can see all 4 of them. Very distinct tile, that 1-pin.
Yeah, one
Ooh,
big
and
circle.
Now we have Ishanten.
In fact, in a lot of the custom sets, the 1-pin is one of the tiles that they use. The 1-pin and the 1-so, they draw it with a specific character or something.
Well, it's just a big circle normally, so it's definitely something you can make a little fancier.
Right. Like maybe a cup ramen or something.
Well, regardless, may just throw the one. Ooh, interesting. Going to try and shift this around, maybe even towards a Tanya. I feel if you do that, though, the 1-mon's a much more normal cut. Maybe just
Yeah.
decide it doesn't want to go Riichi Nomi, potential bad weight with that Kanchan.
I wonder.
Well, there goes Adora. After the call of the dealer says, you know what, we're just going to get rid of it. And that 6-0 is still not Ishanten, still 2 away. The 5 is a fill. That is Tempai for Riichi's Sanshoku on 4-so with a
Yeah.
Dora as well.
That's correct. So that's going to be a decent value hand. The weight isn't the greatest,
Is
but
bad. I see 3
what are
of
you
them
gonna
in the
do?
first 2 hands. Yeah, it's completely dead. But
unfortunate.
interestingly, it might flow out of that hand.
Yeah, you're right. If she manages to make Tempa here, Ando, I discard it.
Now, I feel it's just a 2-person fight at this point. You're not really going straight at this. We see 2 people look to be folding. 6-pin, of course, that's the Riichi, so you can't really use it. You see here, is just giving up with a 7-7-8.
Yeah, and there's even a small chance that Matsuda might discard it as well, right here. Oh, but
There's the
doesn't
5. That
look
is
like.
Tempai.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and Dama. This is the ugly 3-6-0 weight.
Oh!
And speaking of 6-0,
Not ugly enough to not win. There it is. She had
yeah,
Riichi'd.
you always feel really. Riichi would have been Riichi Apatsu Tanyao.
Yeah,
But the 3-6 weight where you have 5 in your hand
Right.
gets the 6th one. We'll get the Riichi sick and 1 Han 40 fu.
a big open there. Small points, but it was a big fight. There were a lot of people in on it. A lot of these players trying to win that very first hand of the game to set a standard, set the momentum going in their favor. In this case,
Well-
Matsuda starts it off.
We'll see if Matsuda can capitalize on that. Is dealer now with a slight lead here. Getting
Yeah.
the hand organized and actually looks pretty good. Potential Riichi Pinfu, maybe even Junchan Dreams, but goes and cuts the 9-pin. There's a distant Itsu and Sozu. The 4 connects with the 6-8 for a Ryankan. Also has the south paired up, that is the Yakuhai. They have a Haku pair up, maybe a distant Honitsu. 2-so connects there with a 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. 8 fills in perfectly. This is now a headless Ishanten.
Yeah, really solid for our opening dealer here. She also does play-by-play commentary for JPML's A2 League, and one of her goals is to become the best play-by-play commentator ever. So, maybe we'll have some competition, or maybe we're just glad to be commentating in English, so we're not in as direct of a competition.
Well, ooh, 7-So's a really nice draw there. That is also Ishunten. Oh, Haku might just get called here. Yes, that is Tempai waiting on 2-pin, would just be the Haku alone.
Yeah, not quite an outside hand here. It would take a little bit of work.
It requires some shifting, but it's not really. Ooh, interesting choice. I like the 5-pin cut, right? Because you have the option later for a Suji trap 8-pin Tonki wait, or you can of course just take the Ariadne 6-9.
Yeah,
So
I think there's even a small chance that she would pull either a Sanshoku, like a mixed triples with the 8, or even an outside hand. A very small chance, but small one.
oh well, that's an interesting draw. You can cut the 7-8
she doesn't
Sto
want
and just
it.
lock in Rionman.
Yeah, it is pretty Furiten. Based on the tiles in her discard pile.
With the early 9, it's not that useful.
Yeah, so I suppose it really is just about the Suji trap that you mentioned at the beginning there. It's actually a really good trap. Not just Suji, but based on the rest of the discard pile.
Who waits on an 8-pin with that discard?
Yes.
9, a 3, a 5, and a 7.
Very sneaky.
Possible shift to a 79 Sanshku, so if you go 2-so, we'll go ahead and cut the 9-pin instead. Lock that down to a
Whoa! 6, 7, 8! There it was!
Well, doesn't get the Furry 10, but that's the thing about Furry 10, you can always just draw it yourself.
Right.
Regardless, we attempt by the upgrade to a 2-5-pin. 1 Mon doesn't really do anything here. Oh, as if once wasn't enough. Gets the 9-pin then afterwards.
Well, sometimes the wall just...
Okay, I am surprised that 2-Mon was cut instead of the 5. Maybe just for callability. How many 1s are out? Because if you draw the last 1, you can just make that Chanta, which isn't a huge difference here. But definitely going for the safer option.
Yeah, there's also the option of maybe not wanting to cut the 5-mon into
well, having
the
already
other
gotten rid of
players.
the 1-pin, it makes sense to just play relatively safe here. Just get what you can.
Oh.
And there it is. Figured it had to come out eventually. We'll just be the 1 Han. Had a couple hands that were reasonably fast, but nothing in terms of big fireworks we've seen so far.
Yeah, not even enough to take first place.
Close still. Even off the direct hit, the 2000 swing, not enough to overtake, but we're in East 3 now.
That's right. Very early. So far, this game is moving pretty quickly, though.
And we take a look at this hand. Ugh. 3, 5, 7, 9 in Monzu. Kind of messy elsewhere. Maybe a Rionman 3, 4 so. 1 Mon is Dora. Speaking of 1 Mon there, it is in this hand. We have a potential Sanshoku 1, 2, 3 with a Dora. Goes and gets rid of the south. This hand has pairs, lots of them. And just cuts the 5-so right out of the gate. Probably planning on a Chitoitsu or Toy type hand.
Yeah. Sometimes... especially the pros, they will mention trying to camouflage a 7 pairs hand for a little while, just to make your discards not look that obvious, but...
Well, when you go 5-so, 3-so, people are immediately thinking, okay, either A, you're really close, B, it's Honitsu and another suit, or C, it's a Chitoi.
Yeah, so I think...
Or I guess D, potentially Kokushi, but it's very hard to evaluate this early.
Nakazato not subscribing to that camouflage here with these discards. She's just looking for the best pairs that she can grab with her hand. Yeah, not really going for the half flush either, because she has 2 pairs in other suits, so it set her back really far.
2-Mon connects there, potential Dora acceptance now. 8-so is a nice fill. We'll go ahead and cut the 4 from the 1-3-4 shape to try for that Sanshoku.
Yeah, Ando is getting some amazing draws here. Sometimes those closed outside hands could be worth a lot.
Gives a potential Itsu, and then we see the call of the 2-pin. Just the pawn, probably going Tanya with it.
Yeah, there's not going to have any Dora because the Dora is on the outside, not valid in Tanyo hands. That's a triplet.
Oh, I think you just have to cut 2, so yeah. Because this allows you to hedge the toy. If you get another Onko, I think you just go for it.
That's right.
And if not, you can always slim down the triplet you have already.
Yeah, Arae here playing an extremely aggressive Tanya, an all insides hand. It's not worth much, but she's just trying to hold her dealer. And she didn't have
Which
much
is
for her hand.
perfectly reasonable. If you don't think a hand's going to finish, there are really 3 strategies. One is forget it, full steam ahead, and that's what we're seeing here. The second is just outright fold from the start, but you really don't want to do that as dealer. And the third is just hold a whole bunch of extra safe tiles to where you're probably not going to win the hand anyway.
Oh.
I'm definitely a fan of, it's a long way away, just fight. Shut it down, you're dealer. They should be more scared of you than you are of them.
Right. Yeah, and people are definitely playing a little scared of Arae here. You can see Ando cutting the 3 from the 1-3 pin. Maybe she doesn't like the 2 pin weight, but completely giving up on the mixed triples there to hold the West style. Maybe scared of actually Nakazato's discard. Maybe that's why she didn't want to discard the West style. Nakazato is the West player.
Now, the West is potential concern when someone's calling aggressive like this, and it's just Tempai on Formon for Tanyo only.
Yeah, so Ando is not completely folded, but she is taking a slower route. Might not get to Tempai on this one.
The thing is, pros don't usually open like this.
Right.
So when someone does it, they're generally going to get the benefit of the doubt.
I can see Matsuda also
more
folding.
Amateur players or newer players, you figure that's exactly what it is. It's a bad way for one Han.
Here we go. Ando is 1 away now. She has given up the mixed triples, the Sanchoku, but she is still 1 away for a Chanta, an outside end. Maybe even Junchan if she is willing to discard the West at some point.
Fremon just goes back, doesn't really fit in the hand. Chune's an interesting tile. I believe there are 2 of those cut, so not that great to wait on.
I wonder if a con would come out should the 8-pin appear. Maybe a closed con, maybe not an open con. Thing is, if she doesn't con and she deals that 8-pin, if Ando reaches Tempai before that, that would be pretty disastrous for our dealer Arae here. Oh, Tempai!
Oh, that just Tempai. You can't even Dama this. Yeah, this is
no,
Chanta,
it is Chanta.
Dora 1.
Yes, it's a decent amount of points. It's 40 fu. You got 5,200 points. No extra bonus points. Nothing in the pot. No Homba or Riichi sticks, but still enough to take first place.
And there goes the Dora, and that definitely tells the table, if you didn't think I was Tempai before, I am.
Yeah, especially into a hand that looks very much like an outside hand. I mean, Ando's hand doesn't actually look that much like it, but Nakazato's hand, with those opening discards, definitely does.
Formon isn't it, but it does deal in. So just going to be the Tanya, and everyone realizes what's going on and goes, oh.
Yeah, you can see 3 of the 8-pin right there in the winning player's hand. That's unfortunate for Ando. But Arae, very fortunate for her. She's able to protect her dealer from that potentially big Chanta with Sumo on it. Like, had she drawn the 8-pin herself, would have been a Mangan, yes.
And Arae still in 4th place off of that, but you're definitely glad to get the points there and the repeat.
And the Dora 3, so she doesn't have any. Nope.
No,
the hand's not bad though.
The hand has a few pairs. It's kind of awkward to use. 4-mon will really help. 7-mon will help a little bit as well. They just crunch on hell. I don't like hands like this because they're deceptive enough in that you'll get one look at it and say, hey, there's a route for this hand to finish, and he just never gets there.
All right. Ando here with a very non-standard hand. She opens up with a triplet of North, which is a guest win. Also another pair. I think 2 other pairs, if I remember correctly.
Now, there have the Onko of the 6-mon. You can cut the East and maybe hedge towards Itsu, but 8-mon is the normal cut. 4-mon's another pair. This hand has a ton of pairs.
Yeah, this could be a quick Yakuman attempt. Or it could just be 7 pairs.
6-1's going to fit in there for the ramen fill. The 8-so will also fill a ramen. The 2-so will fill, the 2-mon will fill the ganchan. So these hands all of a sudden got a bunch better.
Yeah, Arae's finding all the difficult weights that she opened up her hand with. All the tiles just kept filling in. Inside weights, triplet weights, it all worked out. Not this one, though.
Just giving up on this hand. It almost looks like it's such a mess.
Hmm.
An 8-pin pair up. So this is Ishanten for Chitoitsu. Of course, you'd always love the Suanko route.
Yes. The Yakuman attempt. Suanko is one of those Yakuman that you don't necessarily have to go towards. You sort of let it come towards you because by definition, you're not allowed to make any calls on it. All you can do is get the tiles from the wall.
Right. Interesting quiz here. Which floater do you want? Do you want the 5-mon? Do you want the 5-so that accept Dora? Do you want to preemptively cut the 7-pin and maybe have a really awkward weight?
Ooh.
5, I feel, is the normal cut.
That is
You really want the
interesting.
Dora because there's just no value otherwise.
It does feel like definitely the least efficient of all the possible decisions there, though.
It will be the least immediately efficient, but I believe it has the best chance of a good weight at the end. Because you have all those blockers with the 6. And there we go. This is an 8-9 weight, or a 7-8 weight, rather.
Yes.
Just Riichi.
Okay, 7 pairs in order to hedge for safety for Ando. Wait, what?
Draws Pinzu, but that's not it. That 7-pin gives you a route back to a regular hand, but probably just giving up at this point.
Yeah, Ando's using all of her safe tiles. Matsuda sees the North come out and she'll use hers. So once again, Arae Tempai with not really any value. But because this time she has Riichi, she can just flip over the value after winning.
Let's just say Riichi Sumo Ura, just a completely garbage hand, turns into a decent-sized win.
That's right.
And of course, you have 2 or 3 chances here.
I wonder how many of them are live. I'd have to actually actively take a look again.
And it feels like everyone else is basically folding. Oh, and the 9. That's the type of
con.
tile that an amateur can con and will chombo on.
You cannot con. You can con the other side.
You're not legally allowed to con that because it will change your weight and the shape of the hand.
Right.
But it is something that newer players go to their first live tournaments and do it, and then everyone goes, you can't get away with that. And yeah, it just feels like the other 3 are folding at this point. And the Pinzu don't look that terrible against the hand. It's just there's no reason for anyone to fight.
Jenn's in the chat now talking about that the room itself is pretty hot because of, I guess, all the people and the lights, but as soon as you get out the room, it's very cold. So maybe the sweater will stay on as she plays. Maybe it's like one of those awkward things where it's too late to take it off
yourself
now.
The effort afterwards. Well, you don't have to track it down if you don't take it off.
Yeah, exactly. You don't accidentally lose it.
But yeah, everyone here is just sees the deal at Riichi, says this isn't worth it. On her eyes, just like, please just let me draw this. Now potential 8-pin Fujii.
There's 1 in the discard piles, 2 of them in Ando's hand. I think there's still 1 in the wall.
Well, Ando's tempted to throw it here.
Not this time. Of course, the other weight being the 7-pin, we can see all 3 of those
paired up,
between these 2 players. So it looks like there's 1 chance to sumo. We're about 10 tiles remaining, maybe 12 there. Yeah, I think we're at 11 now. And
1-so doesn't do anything. And this is one where you're not immediately thinking about the discard right now, but how can I get to the end of the hand?
Right.
Because no one here is making an active push.
1 chance in the wall, or for Ando to discard it as a Suji. Oh,
Now,
no
speaking of, but
chances
there's
left.
so many safe tiles. It just never comes out. But that means this wait is dead.
Yep. Oh, it's only if Ando. It's only if Ando runs out of save tiles or gets greedy because she has 2 Dora in her hand. Or getting too close to the end, I
Yeah,
think.
you're not even thinking of Dora. It's can I get K10 out of this,
Right.
or at least attempt by payments.
Oh, out
There's
goes the
the
6 pin.
6.
This is the
No,
last tile.
and that just clears everything.
Right.
One player tempai, and honestly, if you're dealer, you're not sad about that outcome. Riichi Nomi netting 2,000 is just fine.
Yep. And of course, that other 1,000 didn't go to any player. It's still up for grabs. Obviously, it's not yours anymore, but
And this game has just been so close. There, Arae immediately jumps all the way from 4th to 1st from tempai payments.
right. The big shift of a couple thousand points. Changing the landscape of the...
Which, in terms of raw score, isn't that much. But remember the first place bonus. It's a plus 40 here
Right.
if you can win the match. So it's a very important thing, even as early as these 3. You're at least thinking about it in the back of your mind. It's not the most important thing.
Yeah. Sometimes thinking about it can do more harm than good, but it'd be lying if I said it didn't come up sometimes.
All right. Well, this looks a potential 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku. Just bad content shapes everywhere. We have similarly not great shapes here. A 4-5 so is about it. The 2 so is a nice little connection there. Possibly Peiko and lower Sozu. Few pairs, not much else in this hand. There's 3 bad hands and 1 that's not very good.
Guess that's one way to describe it. That means we're in for
Okay, now this hand is significantly better. That 9 so
Yeah.
helps immensely.
That was quite a
Potential
draw.
Riichi Peiko, Riichi Pinfu. Lots of routes. This has a Chundora floater, but just not getting anything.
I was gonna say everyone's got to
5
buckle up
lost.
for a long road trip, but maybe not so long anymore.
Right, you have a 4-5-6 Sanjiku there, potentially with that 5-1 draw.
Yeah, everybody holding on to 1 Dora? I believe everybody has a red dragon? No.
No. this
Arae is the
hand's
only
not
one
there.
without it. But honestly, she might
Oh,
be
that's
better off for
Senpai.
it.
Dama's here looking for a shape upgrade. This is Ipeiko Nomi, I believe, on 3-mon.
Yes. Throwing the Dora even. So even though she gave a signal out, doesn't want to completely reveal she's Tempa. And Arae gets her issued Dora. Everybody gets 1 now. Doesn't want it.
So this is the type of weight I will always just Riichi because it's early. I'm not seeing anything from the rest of the table, and it's more value. I figure it's much more likely to either have everyone fold out with how this table's been playing and get the tempai payments, or just sumo it myself.
We will see where that 3-mon is. There does seem to be a lot of the 3-mon in the wall, but
Now we see a
Matsuda
pair
has a
up
couple
here,
here.
so it's just the 3 in the wall. Ooh, 4-5-6 Sanjiku looking much more likely now. You can't cut 7-9-9. I feel 9 so is the normal cut.
For the inside weight.
Yeah, I go for Tanyao and Sanjiku at the same time.
Right. There's a 6, but not a 3. But even the 6 is pretty scary.
No, it doesn't feel that scary. I wouldn't be that worried about this hand, honestly.
Not because.
And even if you deal into this, do you even care that much? Yes, there's 16, and yeah, just gives up. Says, you know what? I've taken my time. There's a call. I'm just going to throw the stick in and call Riichi now.
Yes, but Nakazato doesn't know that it's this cheap. He just knows somebody discarded a Dora.
And that's Tempai waiting on 5-pin. This is the other advantage of calling the Riichi earlier, is you haven't given someone the chance to build their hand up that fast.
Right. But she has called it now, for better or worse. And it's going to give Arae a little pause here. She's going to keep going, though.
Well, Arae's dealer, you have to push almost anything. The door are dead here. And I believe it's a Sumiguri Riichi as well. So you're thinking it's almost always this type of hand. Bad weight, not great value. There's another one of those 3-mon, so just 1 left.
And Matsuda nabs another 3-mon.
And that was the only tile that would have upgraded this hand.
That's right.
This is Ishan 10 if it's taken.
Tough
Could also
spot
just
here,
throw
though.
the 7 so. The problem with the 7 so is you're a little suspicious of the Sumigari Riichi after the 4. That's something, especially mid-level players will try to do to set it up. And yes, as I don't trust him, I'll throw the 5. Deals in, that is just Tanyao. But gets the 2 Riichi sticks and the 2 Homba, and actually a decent win there as a result.
Even 5-pin is not completely safe on the board. I don't think it was necessarily safe to the Riichi either, but you found it slightly safer.
And Arae now opening up a bit of a lead here.
Yeah, I think this is the first lead that I would safely actually call a lead. Of course,
Especially only being in East 3, we're not Homba 3.
right. Arae has put together, I think, 2, and then there was a no 10 that was passed.
Yeah, I think
that was
everything's
fair.
been one Han as well.
Yes.
And look at that hand. Nice little Onko 7-pin. The rest is a bit of a mess. This hand, lots of ways to move it forward, but a bunch of pairs for now. Similar to this hand, although this feels like it's just pairs. We have the East here. Now having East Onko. Can just call this down. Can accept potentially the 2 Mondora.
Yeah, the triplet of East for Arae closed as well as the dealer. This could be the big hand that splits the game open.
No, it's 2 Han by itself. Of course, you have a whole bunch of food there. The problem is the rest of the hand isn't particularly cooperative. Needs a 3-pin, 4, 7-pin, and I believe a 4-mon.
That's right.
6-mon loosely connects there. You have too many pairs in that shape, but can move forward. The 7 so connects to the 8. You can just got the 5. There it goes.
Ooh.
Basic efficiency.
In the
1
meantime,
pin to loose connect to the 3.
Arae moved her triplet of East winds to the left side of her hand. I think that's something interesting that a lot of the higher level players will do. They'll keep tiles that they want to discard on the right, especially pros. I guess it makes them play faster if you just reach for the tiles on your right, and you don't have to disturb as many tiles in your hand.
I also saw a 4-mon fill there. Now Ryan and Ishan 10 with that East Onko.
Oh, 6-6-7-7. That's another pair, but it's also a good shape to continue with. Gonna give up on the
Abandons the
Sanchoku,
Sanchoku. Okay, we're just going to see the call here. This will just be the 2 Han, Tempai, and 4 7-pin.
Yeah, missing the 2 Mondora, getting 3-4-5 instead. So no extra value.
Well, you can always draw the 2 and shift down.
True, she gets it later.
Uncle a 3 so. Again, by breaking up the Sanchoku, this hand is always cheap. This feels like a fold.
She also has
Close,
the
but that's
Dora.
not the 7. Needs the 4 7-pin. Of course, we see a bunch of the 7-pin right here.
Ooh.
That is Ishan 10 if you got the 3 so or the 7-mon.
This is a little difficult to read.
And 2 so doesn't really do much and doesn't really want to throw the Dora here. This feels like a fold. The shapes are just so bad. 5 is a miss.
Yeah, I don't know if it's all the way a fold quite yet, but it seems unlikely that she'll win.
It's going to require a lot of effort. Oh, that's a bit of a backfire, but at the
Right.
same time, you're never really breaking this Monzu shape up into something that could be Onko Ryanman. Hatsu gets discarded.
That
East.
Hatsu?
Oh, and this is live. That's a concern. We'll go ahead and hold it for now.
Yep, that's the power of drawing all 3 Easts as the dealer. Nobody
Is
knows
you're
where they
open,
are.
everyone's kind of suspicious that you have like this type of hand, except a Dora and only 1 less East.
Right.
Just remember, just the double East Dora 1 is still 5,800 plus 900 deal ends, so 6,700 is not cheap.
Exactly. A
Oh,
huge
there
draw,
is
though.
Senpai waiting on 5 so. Tanyao Ipeko Dora 1.
Yeah, no Riichi. Interesting. Ando has been very hesitant to Riichi.
Ooh, there's another pair. This is actually Chitoitsu Ishan 10.
Gonna keep the triplet, though. The Sanzo power.
Well, you also think that 2-5 is very likely to be something someone else needs badly.
Right.
That's Tempa. I think you just have to throw it out there. There we go. Riichi, Pinfu, Ipeco, possible Dora, 2-5, Mon.
I like it. I like it. 8 so for our dealer here. Gonna keep going though.
Well, Arae's gotten where she is just by pushing this stuff so far, so that's the plan.
It works until it doesn't. But as the dealer, she's been trying to make it work.
4-mon in the danger zone, but a safe tile. Similarly, the 3-mon in the danger zone, but not it. Still this 2-5. There's the deal in. 4-pin just shuts this down. Double East. Also get the Riichi stick and 3 Homba.
Yeah, that's tough for Nakazato there. She's starting to slip away. It's been a close game, but this East 3 has been really big for Arae, and Nakazato has been the biggest hit here.
Just picking up Riichi sticks and adding the Homba as dealer. You don't have to have a ton of Fu if you win a bunch of hands like that.
That's right.
And Arae up now 10,000 on everyone.
Yeah, they haven't been too big, but we're on to the 4th Homba, so if you do it enough times, it'll add up.
And so far, this hand looks significantly worse. So the East is the Dora.
That can definitely have some bluffing power.
I guess that is a 2-3-4 bond, but everything else there looks terrible.
Yeah, it almost looks like 13 Orphans, a Kokushi.
Well, that was my first thought, is can we get Kokushi out of this? There's 1 or 2 too many tiles, just go for it.
Yeah, I think this is
now,
actually
this
a little
hand is
better.
A great starting hand. Potential 1-2-3 Sanshigu or 2-3-4 at the shift. This is also just tons of honors. The rest of the shapes are okay, but it's a long way to go. This has a north pair, so maybe just call and go.
Yeah, Team RonRon here could really use a little bit of the flow, a little bit of that luck on a hand like this to catch up.
Ooh, interesting. Goes and cuts the 1-mon.
Yeah.
Doesn't like the 1-3 Kanchan.
It is pretty early in the hand, so looking for a better final shape makes a lot of sense.
6-0 connects to the 5 nicely. And
Quick
there
call.
is the aforementioned call of the North. So just trying to get the 4 home by and end this dealer run. And Dora is drawn. We now have 2 people with a floating Dora. There's the Chun call. 2 cheap Yakuhai hands open now.
You're fighting for that extra 1,200 points on the board.
Well, everyone else is saying, if Arae keeps going for these cheap hands, why don't I do it? And that's actually something I feel happens a lot, is everyone wants to build big hands, but then if one person just starts calling and getting these cheap hands, everyone eventually else gets frustrated and joins in.
Right. I can see that. They're trying to keep up their speed if they kept getting outsped.
Nah, 2-so doesn't really do much, and we'll cut the 1 pin instead, especially with 2 2-pin out. This Ishunten needs the 7-mon and 3-mon.
I saw again here, in some of the previous games, some of our players would use tiles of a different suit to fill out a triplet, even though they knew it doesn't actually count. Maybe it's like a superstitious thing.
May well be.
And you put the 7 pin there, and hopefully a 7-mon comes to replace it. Okay, not even going to keep that
also
weight.
just subconsciously remind you, hey, this is the tab to look for. That is Tempai.
Right.
Can wait on 2-5 or 1-4. Waiting on 1-4-bon.
Makes sense.
A bit of a backfire. Could have had Tempai here, but took the perfect Ishunten. Did not want to throw the Dora. Similarly, kind of a backfire there. Kept the safer 9 as opposed to floating 7. Of course, draws the 6 the next turn. 8-mon, that's Tempai. Will not take it, though. Is very suspicious of these 2 open hands.
I wonder how much the East being Dora is factoring into this suspicion.
Oh, it absolutely is. There's a bit of a long-running meme that pros never wait on Dora. I assure you that is not true.
Yes, I assure that as well. And we can see a ton of players having the opportunity to wait on Dora as a pair here if their hand sort of shakes out that way. Nakazato really doesn't have that option as much though. It'd take a lot for her to wait on Dora as a pair.
Oh, 9-mon's a decent pair. Goes in and cuts the 1 pin.
Yes.
Could have cut down the Kanchan instead, but just thinks the hand is not likely to win.
Yeah,
5
Ando
mon's a nice
here.
upgrade there.
Yeah. Ando here having the best chance of waiting on Dora as a pair. But even then, it's still kind of far away.
There's the sumo.
Alright. So, Arae
Shut
collecting
us down.
again.
Just the 1 Han with the tune.
Arae is building her mountain of wealth little by little. Every hand, another win. This one was extra 1,200 points. Looks like it was 500
Makes
all.
it almost 2 Han is 900 all. Yeah, so 4 Honba.
That's right. 4 Honba, that's another 1,200 points on every hand. Now make it 1,500. It's a nice even
see
number.
that 5 and the nice little graphic on the top left. And we have a Haku pair. Pretty good starting hand here as well. Can call it down or go for value. Dora is 6-mon. 3-so connects there with a 2-so. Bunch of terminals on to get rid of those, so a little slow. Possible 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku. We have the 5, which loosely connects to the 3. We'll go ahead and get rid of the 4 for now. And the other advantage, when you draw a 5 like that, and the 6 is Dora, that means you have the Dora indicator, which is, as I've mentioned many times, the most important tile.
I don't know if I would agree it's more important than Dora, but because there is one less copy, it is harder to get it.
Always wants it.
Hmm.
And especially if you even onco up the Dora indicator, I've been in some of these situations where you're just smiling because you know someone's just absolutely waiting for it and thinks they have this great hand with Dora, and you're just sitting there smiling.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you never have to discard it later on.
Right. 1 pin doesn't really do much. There's potential Itsu right here. I might go 2-so. Nope, throws it back. There is still a Tanya route, of course. Not going to help. And you look at the discard, northeast, north, green dragon, you're kind of sad.
Goodbye.
7, 8, 9 Sancho looking very good now.
It's getting there. I don't know if I'd be super happy about it, but I mean,
I'd be really happy about that draw. That gives you a goal for the hand.
Right.
This is the route the hand has decided to take. If it doesn't get there, you don't worry about it.
Yeah. That's how I would feel, I think. Matsuda could use some getting there, though.
Interesting there. Yeah, now you can accept the Dora, or you can just cut the 7-mon later if you pull in the Yakuhai. There goes the Haku. There goes the pole, and there's Tempai. 1 4-pin, and you'll never guess who's going for a 1 Han hand. I would say Arae has come into this game with a deliberate strategy, and it appears to be working very well.
The Honba are worth as much as the hand.
And that's his dealer.
Yes. A big draw.
Tempai now, 9-mon South Champon for Riichi.
Yeah, Ando's in position.
And potentially non, that is the Yakuhai.
Nakazato holding one of those south tiles, one of those potential deal-in tiles.
Sumo shuts it down, says thank you for the Riichi stick donation.
Ooh, 5 Honba, 1 extra Riichi stick. Small hand.
Gonna be 1,000 all, and everyone, you see the yellow stick coming out there. I keep giving my thousands. I guess I have to get changed now.
Right.
That Arae just really running away with the biggest hand here has been 2 Han.
And yet somehow she has 42,000 points almost.
There have been so many Riichi stick pickups. As Arae had, what, 5 or 6? That's not a small amount.
Yeah, it's more than a 2-han hand, even as the dealer.
All right. Well, we see decent hand, not good. Can accept a Dora, probably pin Fu. 6-0 would really help. This has a few pairs, possibly Peiko and Pinzu, possible Jitoitsu. Very much a wait and see type hand. The 1-mon gives you a potential 1-2-3 Sanchoku. You can't even, if you're really greedy, go Junchan. The most efficient cut is obviously 1-so, and ends up cutting the 1-mon anyway. Doesn't like the 1-2-5. 6-mon pairs up, and that's definitely looking to be a pair or set based hand. The 3-so fills in the penchant there. 2-so held as a floater. 7-pin, a better floater than the 2, especially if you haven't cut the 1. The 4 connects nicely to the 5-pin. Not too much value there, but with 6 Holba, there's your value.
Yeah, Jenn is just talking about how Arae is getting revenge, because Arae was one of the players that played in the second game, just like Ando. Now she's trying to strike back here in the third game. So far, so good. But you make 6 of these hands, and then somebody gets a Haneman in the south round, and
you're just sad, but you're still second place.
All of that work gone
All that
in
work
one
for nothing.
hand.
But at the same time, when you get a bunch of cheap hands like this, you know everyone else is getting a little frustrated, whether they're admitting it or not. It's one thing if they're just winning big hands and you have to sit there and watch as they sumo. It's a different they're just calling for the cheap 1 and 2 hot hands over and over, and you can't stop it.
Yeah. Matsuda here has a couple decisions. She has 4 pairs, but that might make her
I
want to
feel
go
the
for a
East is
hand.
the normal cut here, but no, okay. Locked in the
goodbye a
regular
pair.
hand.
Goodbye a pair with the.
Oh, there's an Anko of the West. Now Ishan 10 for a possible Sun Anko.
Yeah, that's not
9-so
bad.
connects there. Itsu looking pretty good. I guess 6-mon's the normal cut there. Out it goes.
Yeah, there's got to be sort of like a psychological link now between Arae and the cheap hands, and now she hits the surprise big hand. This could really throw the players off.
3-so connects. That's Ishan 10.
Oh,
there's Senpai. Which weight takes the good but cheaper weight? This is Riichi.
It's actually just that's it. There's a lot of foo, but
it's dealer Riichi. Well, it's an obligation for our rider Riichi, isn't it? Just 1 Han. We didn't need to get chased by Ando.
Ando's just waiting on Dora though. That's it. It's a tough weight to connect on.
Well, that's the thing. If you're in Riichi, it doesn't matter what your weight is.
Right.
You're throwing whatever comes to your hand unless you're sumoing.
How many Dora remain?
Those 7. There's a third.
I think it's 1 in the wall. Close, but no cigar.
Just 1 versus the 4-7-mon. How many 4-7? There's only what, 2 that are in hands right now? Just what? Oh no! There's the Sun Anko!
A little bit of a backfire. That could have been worth a lot of points. Reach Sumo-san. That's a Mangan
right there to blow the game open. There's one of those 4-mon drawn.
It is what it is. We continue playing. This is a 3-so. Tough decision for Nakazato here. Comes out though.
Yeah, it goes and throws the Fujii. The 6-so had already come out.
Matsuda collecting a bunch of triplets, but I don't know if she can actually turn her hand around.
It's just a matter of who draws it, because 2 people are clearly out. Well, I say clearly, and now that 8-pin gives a pretty big incentive to get back in. There's the sumo, though. Riichi sumo. No aura.
Just missed.
So another 2 on hand.
Yeah. And it seems every time someone's looking to threaten Arae, she happens to get the winning tile. She happens to escape the hand.
A couple Anko in that hand, so will be extra foo. Riichi sumo plus 7,700.
It is the dealer, but still.
All that home, and of course the 2-6 that were out there, including one that was put in by Arae.
Yeah.
But now just rolling over this table, and it's Homba 7.
I said that it was a fast game. It was going pretty quickly. And Arae decided to use that extra time for herself to collect some points. So now she has a
Is
very
doing
commanding
a pretty
lead.
good job of it so far.
Yeah.
And again, that's the biggest hand, I believe. That was, what, 240?
Maybe. Definitely the biggest in terms of total points after you add the Riichi sticks and the Honba.
All right, well, we see Penchon 3-so, the nice little Pinfu hand getting fairly close. This hand has a couple of west, but not much else, and it's not the Yakuhai. The 9-mon goes back. East goes back. Nice little Peiko shape there with the lower Pinzu. 2-mon will be held as a floater. Definitely the best hand here for Arae.
Well, that means we could be getting to 8 Honba. Unfortunately, there is no Parenchan in these rules. No 8 wins in a row.
No, you can win 8 wins in a row. You just couldn't get anything other than 8 Honba.
Right.
7 shows a nice fill. We'll need another one of those, probably. 4-pin loosely connects with the 255. 3 shows a nice Penchon completion. 1 so speaking of 3-so Penchon, we have another one.
Everybody knows the value now.
North pair up.
Even
I'm going to hold that for now.
Even Jenn said she was wearing a 3-so earring when she was playing, and we'll be seeing her tomorrow and the rest of Team WRC on tomorrow's broadcast. So make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss. We're starting at the same time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for North Americans out there.
I have a 1-pin Onko, now Ishan 10. West is a miss. Back it goes. 8-pin's interesting as an option. I'll go ahead and hold it for now. There are Tanya. Yes. Oh, that is the perfect draw. There's going to be a Riichi. 6-pin Shaw. Riichi Dora 2.
I like it. I like it.
This is a really sneaky weight. And the West had just come out, too.
Yeah, this might be it
They
for
look super
Arae.
safe.
But she's found a way to make it through every single threat yet so far. She might actually be more willing to fold it now that she has a big lead. Though.
There's
she
such a
might
big
not
lead,
fight
and
this.
this is someone who's so far back. Nope, going to shove. Throws the 5-mon, keeps the whitest Ishunten. Speaking of white Ishunten, perfect Ishunten as well.
Arae gets the perfect tile. As soon as somebody threatens her, her tiles just seem to react. Her draws just seem to get better.
Chun certainly safe. 8-mon, back it goes.
Oh, Dora! But you can't use it anymore after reaching.
Can't use it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Tenpai anyway. Would have to do a little bit more work.
Matsuda trying to get in here with that Ishunten.
Arae at least gets a safe tile, even if it doesn't help.
There's the Peiko, but you can't do the switch there, so
Yeah.
still Riichi Dora 2. And it feels like whoever draws the West just dies. But there is our Tenpai. Can just Riichi this. Can't even Dama if you cut the 1-so. That
It's
may be
so
the play
close
here.
to the Dora. Oh, going to go with the 1-so. Yeah, staying away from the
it does.
Dora.
Waits on the 6-so Kanchan.
Oh, improvement for Arae, but still not Tenpai.
And the only person who's out of this hand is Nakazoto. Oh, and it's the Anko of 4-mon. You can cut the 2-so here, which is safe, and wait on the 7, or you can Riichi the 7.
Interesting.
The 2-5 isn't great. You see 2 of the 2s out, and you have another one. Oh, goes in and cuts the 5, waits on the 7, maybe potentially trying to set up some sort of Kabe later.
And nothing here for Nakazato. She's going to try and avoid it. Matsuda switching the sticks. 6 for the
Shifts
3.
it down. There's the Tenpai.
Alright. Oh, this is a
Should
nice
just be a
hand too.
Riichi. Yeah, Riichi, Ipeiko, possible Tanya, 1 4-pin.
Well,
Of course, we see
a
where
lot.
those ones are.
Yeah, those aren't coming out, and even if she draws it, she has the con opportunity. So that's tough. There's a couple 4-pin here as well that don't seem super likely to come out for Matsuda, so it's a tough way for Arae.
Yeah, Matsuda says, nope, I'm out. That's why I didn't reach you in the first place.
Tough way for Arae, but still possible. Oh, West!
Oh, there's the West!
Nope, it's not coming out.
No, it goes into the hand that has the most ability to fold.
Seven pin is not quite the 6-pin that Ando was looking for. We might end up in a draw.
Not it. Feels like that's how this hand's moving.
And there's another winning tile. Matsuda picks it up though. What the... Oh, sorry, not a winning tile. It's another 7-pin that was just discarded.
Another one of those bait tiles. You're convinced that's it, and no, it's just close.
3 so? She's thinking about it. No, 4-mon instead.
Yeah, just getting out
Safest.
of here at this
Keep
point.
the most safe. Looks like we
Hatsu is
are
safe.
out
We
of
have
tiles.
2 Tempai. And
But
Arae says, you're not done with me yet.
Honba number 8. Everyone's trying to make sure the counting is all right because there's just so many Honba on the board. Yeah, and
Well, just look at that pot right now. 2 Riichi sticks, 8 Honba.
4,400 points up for grabs. And
Especially, we've been
8
talking
Honba.
about Arae, but think of everyone else. If you can win just this hand, Nakazoto makes this pretty even. If you're Ando or Matsuda, you're just feeling really good about second then.
That's right.
So
And
5
it's still
so
East
Dora.
3.
Oh, just a South Onko there. Great shapes. Tons of speed. Not too much value. Oh, speaking of great shapes, we have some good hands here.
Yeah, this
He's
is
callable.
very fast. And Arae doesn't have one of the good hands, so this might be it. But we'll
Just
see.
calls the 1 pin on the pole and takes the Ishunten. Has the Onko of the South already. She doesn't even need it. And everyone just has incentive to win the hand. The pot is so big here. And there's our Chi.
1 away. For Ando.
Yeah, moves the hand laterally. Doesn't move
that's
it forward.
Tempai!
Shunten.
That's
Ooh.
Tempai! Sneaky! Nakazato doesn't want to reach here, though. She just wants the extra points from the middle.
Yeah, Hatsu doesn't do anything for that hand. And yeah, it's just a 6-so Kanchan there.
Maybe waiting for
Or
mixed
Tanya Dora
triples.
1. Yeah, looking for that 4-so especially. This is something that is... Oh, okay. Well, I was going to go on a rant, but instead we just have Tempai here. And it's 9-mon Tonki.
Yeah, this is going to be a real brawl. See who can connect on this winning tile. Collect 4,400 pot points. 2 Riichi sticks, 8 Honba.
Oh, the Khan!
Flips and North.
North is
Oh,
the
weight
Dora.
improvement.
Can't switch to the 2-5.
Gonna
We'll do
take it?
so.
Yeah, even the discard she made doesn't really reveal much about her weight improvement because it's completely
No,
different
and you
tile.
don't think it's lower Pinzu with a Khan there.
Hmm,
Because it's not Honichi. You've also had the Sozu call.
that's right. So it's a very sneaky weight here. Yeah, it doesn't want to hold any Pinzu for too long to make people suspicious. There it is, Sanchoku chant. Oh, she still doesn't reach you, even with the Khan and the Sanchoku locked
now the
in.
Sanchoku, now this makes sense to Dama. You have Tanya Sanchoku Dora 1 on 6-so.
Oh, but there's so many
think the Dama makes a
Dora
lot of
chants.
sense here.
I just want to score all the points. She's satisfied here. Oh,
Well, everyone has a huge incentive to push almost anything at this point. The instant you reach you figure the people that are way behind in the hand are just giving up. You want to incentivize everyone else to try and push stuff.
right. Another 7 doesn't really help. Yeah.
And this hand just isn't getting there. Matsuda just throws the 8 back. Was looking for the East, and it's just been held by Arae the whole time.
Yeah, Arae has...
Oh no, the Tonki switch backfired.
Oh.
Would give up on the Sanchoku. We'll go ahead and take this Riichi. Pinfu Tanya Dora 3-6-so.
This is interesting. Gives up on Sanshoku, but because there's two Ura, or two Uradora, as well as two regular door indicators.
And just a good weight overall. And Naka's, oh, doesn't matter. Just sumo.
Ando gets
And
it.
Arae's reign of terror has ended for now.
Yeah, everyone's waiting for her to calculate the points on it.
Yeah, there is a bunch of food there. What, 16, 8, 2, and 2?
Yeah, not to mention the 8 homba you have to add to the calculation.
Right.
Did praise the mental math of our professionals, but they are not calculators in the end. So if it is more complicated, it's still going to take some time. Oh, change. Everything's taken care
so
of.
400, 800 with 8 homba. That sounds right to me.
That was quite a hand. Still a small hand, once again. Small hand, but worth a lot
Not
because
much in
of
terms
the middle.
of Han, but definitely had the foo there.
Right. Now we are finally in East 4. We are actually over halfway through the timer.
Which, when you have a Holma 8, is pretty expected.
Yeah, it is 80 minutes plus one extra hand after the 80 minutes run out. We'll see if they get
kind
through
of
the
a
game.
messy hand there. Kanchan all over the place. Similarly, not a great hand here. Not too much value either. Nice little Manzu shape here. I like this one a lot. That's actually Ishan 10.
Yeah, it's a beautiful hand for Matsuda.
Tune pair can kind of call and go, but not too much value as of yet. So Mon connects there with a Manzu shape. Interesting choice. You can go 3-so, 6-so, or even the 9s. Goes and cuts one of the 9s with a 9-so. 7-so is a much better floater here. You're just looking for floaters.
Oh,
no, that's the
doesn't.
4-so. Yeah, that's Tempai waiting on the
Matsuda
east.
doesn't
Figure
want
there
it.
are so many upgrades.
I wonder if she can get Pinfu with some of the upgrades. Maybe. If it's beside her triplet of 4-so, she could get like a 3-sided.
Right, if you got 3-so or 5-so, you get Pinfu there.
And then there's also the Tanyao possibility, if she can...
Yeah, you'd love to be able to shift out of that shape, but at the same time, if you do shift out of the Mandu shape, you should probably take the 147 Riichi.
Yeah.
And I see the 2-so connects here with the 3, goes and cuts the 2-mon pair. May just be giving up, honestly.
This early. It's possible, but it is quite early.
No, if you're not buying the hand, you figure you're either high rolling for something big or giving up.
Right. It's 3 pairs here. Still keeping the 6
1-so.
blocks.
5-mon fills in the Ryaman there. 7 pins the normal cut. We can also go 6-8 to keep the door acceptance, and we'll do so. Well, there's your 3. This is a 3-6 Tempai. And just keeps the floating 7. Wants something near that Dora.
Dora
That's why the 7's been
fiending.
held this long. 3-so pair up. Doesn't do too much here, but 8-so is the efficient cut. Out it goes. Ugh, the 7 does nothing. And it's frustrating. You had that amazing starting hand. What was it, Tempai in turn 3?
Right.
And it just hasn't budged. You haven't gotten any shape upgrades.
Yeah.
You have an Onko here with a 3-so. I just cut the 7. You can also cut the 2 if you really want some sort of door exceptions, or even the 2-so, and it's going to be the 2-so cut.
Yep, definitely looking for the Dora.
Well, that's at least a Nobeton upgrade. We'll go ahead and take it.
2-5 for Matsuda.
2-5 pin. I see a Chi to break Ipatsu here.
Yeah, and I mean, Arae can still win here. She's won a number of hands like this in the game, but will she get it from Ando? Because she needs those red dragons in order to win the hand now that she's opened.
And has quite a bit of safety and can ultimately cut the Chun anyway. I feel the Ipatsu break is reasonable when you're up like this.
Yeah, actually, I guess there's an off chance that Arae can do 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku. The Sozu tiles, the bamboo tiles, would have to move very far to do it though. But doesn't
Well,
seem...
about that.
Yeah, that's gone now.
You can see the decision here. Do I really want to con and just fight this?
Ooh, Nakazato's in last though. She's not even gonna con.
Yeah, I like the two-mon cut. Doesn't matter. There's a sumo, Riichi sumo, or a 2.
That's pretty nice.
There's a Mongon.
Yeah, Nakazato not super happy there, but Matsuda has a chance to go even to first place with this.
And Ando, of course, loses 4,000 to the sumo payment.
Right.
So Matsuda in a reasonably good second place here as we finally get to South Round.
Yep. Still about 20,000, a little less than 20,000 for Matsuda to reach first. But, you know, a Hareman sumo when you're not the dealer, or Angan sumo when Matsuda is the dealer, and she's right there.
Yeah, those 16,000 swings will definitely close a gap quickly.
Yep, and then Haneman sumo when she's the dealer will actually get her all the way there and put her in the lead.
Yeah, and we take a look at these hands. Kind of a messy Kanchan-filled hand. We have a roundman shape in Pinzu with an overlap with the 5, 6, 8, 9. 3 so loosely connected. Everyone feels they just have tons of Kanchan.
So we'll see.
And when I say that, another one is drawn. The 7 connected to the 9.
We'll see just who fills these shapes in first.
Now,
Nakazato.
Aito fills that one. So the 3, 5, 7, 7, 9 gets an 8.
Nakazato needs to fill these shapes faster than everybody else. It's her last dealer. Her
And with
biggest
76,
chance.
you feel you have to win this hand. Gonna get a little greedy, hoping for a 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku. West is paired up, so will be held for now. 1 so gives possibly Peiko now if you get the 2 so. 6-pin pairs up, can ultimately be used. The pair would already has a pair of 6 mon. 1 so not going to be held, keeps the 2, 4, 4 instead. 6 mon kind of connects, but everything's here just Kanchan everywhere, and that is the tile that fixes this hand. Now it's just a Ryonkon in Sozu and a 5-tile connected shape in Pinzu.
I mean, I like 5-tile connected shapes.
4 connects there is a nice little upgrade. Ooh, interesting choice here. Cuts the 3 so.
Goodbye.
Doesn't really believe in the 4 so, and we can see that there was the next one, and it's not coming out anytime soon.
Maybe a good read on the composition of the other player's hands there to find out which tiles are still in the wall.
Oh, okay. And here uses the Sozu shape as a pair instead, cutting the 7 so. And he used the perfect Ishan 10 with the Monzu upgrade. 2 mon there can also be used as the pair, so a bunch of these hands working closer, but no one has value.
Yeah, Nakazato going to a slightly less efficient Ishan 10, slightly less efficient 1 away in order to keep a safe tile.
Well, that is now headless Ishan 10.
It all works out.
And gets the reward, Riichi Pinfu for 7 mon.
Doesn't have any more dangerous tile.
For Nakazato, whose dealer doesn't really need to worry about this. They're going to see the Patsu break, and this is now Ishan 10.
Yeah, that is Arae's wind, so she will still have a hand that she can make. Even after breaking Ipatsu. There's a south, that's Matsuda's wind.
Well, the problem here is if you try and fight with this, you're going to have to end up throwing the 2-pin, and 2-pin is the Dora.
Yes, very dangerous maneuver indeed. We can see Arae
that is
drawing
Senpai.
Ooh.
We'll go ahead and Dama this, waiting on 6 so with no Yaku. Oh no, the Ipatsu! Would have gotten it, but instead, nothing.
What are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do?
And Ando thinks about this for a while and gives up. 6-pin fills in. That's still a decent way away. You don't really expect to get to Tempai. Riichi just looking for that 4-7 mon. And now the Dora comes out and everyone breathes a sigh of relief.
Sometimes takes an involuntary release there in order to give everybody else the breath release to just discard it.
Right, and there's the third door. Now everyone thinks the hand is probably pretty cheap.
Mm.
And it is just Riichi Pinfu as of now.
Yeah, so far so cheap, but you know, we have last tile, the Haite, the Hote, we have Uradora, we have Sumo to add on to it. Although when you do have Pinfu, Sumo's not that much.
No, it's still just a dealer Riichi, so generally if you're facing that dealer Riichi, you need to have something.
That's right.
And these just haven't gotten there. Although this is now Ishan 10, without that much danger.
Yeah, the White Dragon's pretty safe here. Matsuda's thinking whether she can save it for later.
Yeah, well, it came out on the left, so you're not that worried about it.
Yeah, I think she was thinking if she could discard another tile now and use the White Dragon later as a safe tile. No more south.
And the 9-mon does not fit. Back it goes. And we are running out of draws.
Yeah, I think we're actually also running out of time. I think time is going to be a real issue this game. We're on South 1.
Well, there's 3,000 points from the Tempai payments. Nakazoto closed the gap a little bit, but you really need to win that hand and flip an Ura. Then you'd still probably be in fourth, but it's
Right.
really close then. Now you're just still 10,000 back, one Hombo, one Riichi stick in the middle. You basically have to Mangan Sumo this hand or get a repeat immediately. Has the Hatsu pair, can't try and call this down. Try
it's a
the
triplet.
Arae style.
It's a
Oh no,
triplet.
gets the wow.
This is nice.
The hand's actually much better than it looked originally.
Yeah,
And the rest of the shapes are pretty good, as a Kanchan and a completed shape as well. We have a Tanyo type hand here. We'll have to get rid of all these terminals, but not bad. Chun pair up. Can use the call that later. Formon pair up. That is now Ishan 10. Which shape do you want? Goes and cuts the Penchan, not really believing in the potential Honitsu shift later. He wants to win the hand.
This is going to be interesting. The shaping
5
up to
pin
be an
connection
exciting
fills
hand.
in the Ryanman.
One
Oh,
away.
and I have the Ryankan with a 4-5 so and a 5-7-9 pin. Ishanten for Riichi Hatsu. Oh, just get it like that. Riichi Hatsu, there it is.
This is the big shot. I was going to say this hand might be small if she has to open call any tiles. It's just one hand, but because she makes it closed, guaranteed green dragon, like the Hatsu.
Right, and if you sumo,
Riichi.
Reach Sumo Hatsu is already 6,000 right there.
Yeah.
At the same time, everyone else can't really defend against that. You see a 1 pin, a 9-8 mon, a 9 pin, and then a 1 mon. What are you supposed to do there?
Yeah, unfortunately not enough Fu for 40 on Sumo or 50 on Ron. Oh.
We're going to see a call trying to shut this down. Ando says, I have to at least try and protect my third. There's the Sumo on Sanzo. Reach Sumo Hatsu.
Wait, is that
Ura
3? Haku
Ura
Hatsu
3,
Chun.
Hanemon. Well, you did say Hanemon Sumo would do quite a bit. I think it can jump all the way into second place.
That is big damage.
You don't expect it, just the casual Ura 3. It also didn't even arise a little concerned here.
Yeah, now it's one Mangan away and Nakazato takes Arai's first place. All of these games have had some really big comebacks. The other two were in South 4. Like, this game's not over, but considering the time limit, this might be all last. I'm not sure. They haven't stopped. Usually they stop for a little bit when the referee calls out time, so I don't think this is all last quite yet, but it feels like it could be coming any moment now. Yeah, like
wow.
I'd be worried for Ando, especially because it seems like she's probably not going to get her dealer turn here. Matsuda will probably.
No, does have a couple of Yakuhai there with a Chun and Haku pair.
Yeah, it's just sometimes unfortunate when, you know, you're on a timer. Maybe the studio time.
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever. You're in last place as last dealer, and you just can't get your chance.
Well,
tough.
that's always the issue with being last dealer. Or that's
Right.
one of the two issues. The other one, of course, is if you win and get first place, you still have to keep playing.
Yes, in tournament anyway.
8-pin potential 678 Sanjiku now also has a floating North Dora. Speaking of North Dora, there are two of them in this hand, looking pretty good now. 2 Shunten. The South can just call that and go. The 3 isn't going to be that useful given the 1 Mon was cut earlier. The 5 doesn't do a whole lot. We'll go ahead and cut the 8, abandon the Sanjiku for now. The 3 Mon is the perfect draw there. Upgrades that 4-4-5-5 to a 3-4-4-5-5.
And then the perfect draw for Arae picking up the South. It's only single South, but that's 3 hidden South in her hand.
Speaking of perfect draws, the 2-pin fills in there.
So everyone moving very quickly to Tenpai here, but nobody quite there yet.
We're going to see that Chi here may plan to go Dorotanki on this. That seems to be the play given the 4-pin cut.
Yeah, does she have the outside hand? Does she have Chanta? I'm not sure.
Well, that's a whole bunch of pairs. And we'll just cut the 2-pin and hedge the Chitoitsu here.
That is not another South, so no con opportunity. I thought it was for a little bit. Similar looking tile.
Oh,
another
6-pin. That's Tenpai. Riichi Tanya, if you take it, instead is scared of this Dora. We'll go ahead and break away the Tenpai. That is Tenpai. Riichi Chitoitsu. Dora 2 waiting on 7, so.
Oh, the 7 so.
Matsuda.
Can she sneak a 7-so victory away from the other players? Yeah, if this hand ends
That's
quickly...
also Tenpai. Just doesn't take it. Will not throw this Dora.
Yeah, especially after the Riichi now.
That is a Tenpai Dama on 7-pin, 8-pin.
Alright. That is a Manzu.
And there it is.
That is a
Arae just
Manzu.
doesn't really have that much of an incentive, but this is a situation where you just want to win the hand. At the same time, if Matsuda sumos, you're not even that concerned, unless it's something like this, where sumo's Hanimon minimum and possibly Baimon.
Yeah,
you figure even Mongon level, you don't care that much.
It actually takes more points away from second place because they're
right.
the
It closes the gap. Well,
right.
It would make Matsuda second.
Yes. But Matsuda would probably
you see, Ando
have
wants to fight this and is going to have to. The problem is the North is just locked up. It's never coming out. The only person that might have been able to push it with Nakazoto, who has just folded out for a while now.
And Nakazoto, I guess, had the chance to call that 5-mon to fill in the 4-5-6, but she's been folding, so didn't do that. That does mean Nakazoto is going to lose her dealer turn, though. Without making it all the way to first.
Where the scores are, especially that Hanimon sumo or a 3, if I'm her, I'm fine with this. What I would not be fine with is Matsuda hitting the sumo here.
Yeah, that would be a bad thing.
Of course, the 7-so is still really good, isn't it? That's the only one. There are 2 in the wall still. Unless it was part of that call that I forgot. No, the call's in Manzu.
There's 2 calls there, but I'm not sure. The one below is...
Well, now you see the 4-so, so it is Suji.
Now comes the 9, but the 7 stays in hand.
Of course, with Suji earlier, the 4 had come out, and that was the plan earlier. Oh, it's so close, but that's not it.
3-so... Okay. Keeping it safe. 4? That has already come out.
That's completely not an issue. And we see 3 people folding. Seven pin still safe.
Only about 8 tiles left in the wall.
Yeah, Ando's been trying to fight this, but just not getting there. Not only in 4th place, but the team's in 4th place there for the RonRon team.
Right.
So he needs to do something.
Oh, no
there's
con.
the 4th Faku, so.
I'm gonna keep the ability to fold if necessary.
Man, just
Oh,
never gets there. Just has to give it up at this point.
yeah, 5-8 and Dora all a little too dangerous here.
And now everyone sees what was going on and is very glad that 7-so did not get drawn.
I think that was what, 2 of them in the dead wall at that point?
Yeah, 2 were dead walled.
That's tough. Especially on a pair weight where there's only 3 to begin with.
Right, and Sozu didn't look that bad, but if it's just completely dead wall, there's nothing you can do about it. I think the weight was very good,
Yeah.
especially for Chitoitsu there, but doesn't
Just
matter in that
happens.
situation. And Matsuda will say, okay, well, maybe I can at least get the points back for my dealer turn.
That's
Is
right.
dealer here in South 2.
South
One Riichi stick, and
2.
we now have our continuances up to 3. Hatsu appears to be Dora.
I am quite worried about the timer,
great
but we
starting
have
hand.
moved the dealer, so maybe Ando will get her dealer turn in the end. She'll have to make something happen, though.
All right, Matsuda has great starting end. The 4 connects nicely. 3, 4, 5, or 4, 5, 6 Sancho looking pretty good. We see the 5 connected to the 4 there. The 5 loosely connected to the 7. We have a loose Hatsu, but the hand's just a mess here. Go ahead and cut the East for now. 6 connects to the 4. Getting a little close, actually. That's, what, 2 Shunten?
Yeah,
9 pairs up there.
looks like our 3rd place and 4th place players are going to be fighting it out, not just for this hand, but also for it's fighting for Ando's last dealership, right? Like if Matsuda wins, that's another hand they have to play. If Ando wins, then it moves it
you want to,
faster.
if you're Ando, you want to get this hand over with. You want to get to that South 4 dealer turn and try and make a comeback.
Yeah.
Well, interesting cut there on the 5 pin. Maybe he's
Oh.
going hard for the 79 Sanshoku, maybe Junchan Chanta route.
Ever since Nakazato got the Haneman off the Ura 3, she's been playing extremely defensively. Cutting a 5 right from the middle there. Going for the outside hand. A lot safer to fold on later on. But losing a lot of efficiency.
Well, you say it's defensive. It may just also be super greedy. Says
Hmm.
either I get a hand that's worth first or I just give up.
Yeah. Sort of, I'll only push
Pair
a
up, we'll go
hand
ahead
if
and
it's
cut the
worth a lot.
9s. Potential's Tanya shift. We see the 2-so pair up, and so much for the Junchan route. Maybe a 79 Sanshoku in there, but that's going to be all.
Right.
2-mon fills in nicely. Not too much value there. The 8-so fills in nicely as well.
Okay. Yeah, she doesn't keep the 6 there. She kind of still going for the Chanta or Junchan, one of the two.
Ooh, well, there's a 1 pin. The hand's getting a little closer. The 2 fills in nicely. Now the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Yishunten. Another kind of unwanted pair in the hand with that 3 pin.
Yeah, still looks like it's going to be Ando or Matsuda, but Arae is getting there, and Nakazato not there yet, but if she does get there, it could be worth quite a lot.
Yes. Just seeing these hands all move cheaper. This is the only hand that looks like it's going to have value.
Quite
and that
a
5 pin
draw.
is a huge draw.
1 away. Big.
The hand was such a mess until that last draw. Speaking of hands that are a mess, you have the 1 pin cut and you're kind of regretting it. Maybe Chichoy was the route here.
Right.
A-show doesn't do much. You're just holding the safe tiles here. Oh no, cut the 2. That may just be an outright pull.
Going for the Chanta. I mean, it's either
Ooh,
fold
this
or
is headless
Chanta.
Ishun 10. If you cut the 8-mon, we'll
do
do
it.
so. Oh no, it was Chichoy.
I might have even just kept it and still gone back down that route there, but she didn't want to. She's committed to her decision.
Yeah, it gives up on the pairs, and that's when the pairs come, is when you don't
Right.
want them.
Oh, another
Oh.
Okay.
Well, ooh, we have an Anko here
this
on
is
the
not
6-mon. Might just cut the 3-so. Yeah, that's going to be the play.
All the 3-sos.
Speaking of 3-so, there's
There it
another
is.
one.
I mean, that's a
Fits in
chance.
nicely. Moving back towards the Junchan route now.
And that's the last 3, so they just all come out all at once in a.
Well, you don't really have a reason to hold it. The question is which Sanshku looks better and likes the 3, 4, 5.
Hmm. Extra
One
one
doesn't do
does
anything
not
here.
do it. Okay.
Can't go and get the 5, 7. Figuring if the 3 is bad, that means this. If everyone's throwing the 3s, you figure some 6s are being held a lot of the time. Plus
Right.
one's already discarded. That is Tempai on a random Tonki.
We'll
Wait on the 3-mon.
We will see if it works out. I don't know if she can even.
There's
roll here.
Tempai.
1-4. Yeah.
1-4. Riichi Nomi.
We can see a number of the 1-mon in the very next hand here in Nakazato.
And Ando says, I don't care. Just give me the Tempai and I'll throw the stick in.
But.
Oh, now that would be a disgusting wait. You can see he is very tempted.
Yeah, the 3-mon is a little tough here to discard.
Yeah, 3-mon's a little concerning.
It's definitely sort of like middle of the road. It's not super duper dangerous, but it's not exactly completely safe. She's not going to reach you, though.
Matsuda just Damas here waiting on the north. No Yaku.
Interesting. Maybe she's actually more afraid of the north than she was of the 3-mon because of not seeing it yet.
Of course, we see the pair up there. Oh, the 2 is close, but not the 1 or the 4, so back it goes.
Another
Of course,
3-mon.
this is where the 1-mon are, and they're not budging, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for the Sanchoku 1, 2, 3, but it seems too late.
Well, that upgrades this shape to a Furi 10.
Not gonna
Instead, we'll just throw the 5.
We are getting close to the end of the wall now.
Now, I've an Anko. This is now Ishan 10, and we'll shove the 7 so. That is Ishan 10 as well, but running out of draws.
Tough decision. Gonna fold it.
Yeah, just gonna fold out.
Matsuda really trying to keep her tempai. She's really trying to keep her tempai.
The 3, or we're gonna push the 2 as well.
Goes with
Nope,
the
gonna sit on it. Tempai on the 2-mon. It is Yaku now.
Oh, Arae didn't take the tempai. Just too scared of discarding 1 pin.
Oh, okay. Well.
And 1 tile remaining in the wall.
And throws the 2-mon, waiting on the 2-pin.
Matsuda holds tempai.
And 4 does not get to tempai, so we're going to have 2 players.
Indeed. Matsuda. Ando. Fighting it out here.
Matsu says, I'm not giving up my dealer turn that easily. We'll get another. Just this game has had so many repeats.
Yeah, 4 home, but didn't even know.
Well, these weren't all repeats. These were from the Nakazato
I think some of these
wins that then transferred over.
That's right.
On a draw. But you can see the tense expression on these players' faces.
Yeah, this is the first game in a while, I think, that's gone to time. We've covered one other game that went to time when I was broadcasting. Not sure if Tet and you covered any that went to time, but I think
I've been part of 2 of them. So.
I see.
All right, well, the 3-so connects there nicely. Pretty good shapes. 6-mon pair up helps that hand significantly. Does have a couple pretty awkward so shapes.
I guess
9 pairs up. We have the 5-so pair up.
Technically, I don't think I've seen the time call yet, but I can't imagine.
They have to be getting close. We've been at this a while.
I can't imagine that this is gonna get all the way through.
2-pin a great draw there. Still no real value though.
Yeah, Nakazato.
2-mon's a really awkward draw to use. You may just cut the 6-so, but
throws just cuts it back. Interesting.
Tune doesn't do much. 2-mon does connect to the 4, but just doesn't like it. Wants to go Honetsu in Pinzu here instead. We have the 7 cut. The shapes are great, but you're just not there.
Yeah, there's just too many shapes.
You go Haku, and that's going to be the cut here, especially with one of them already gone.
You
Not
talked
even as
about
callable Yakuhai.
6
Not that
block
useful.
theory. That's like 7 block theory.
Well, the problem there is you have 5 valid blocks and just 4 or 5 tiles that are just useless, even though they may look like a block now.
Hmm. Okay, at least it's cut down to 6 blocks now.
Ugh, and you're getting these honors that aren't pairing up. And you almost want to go Chitoy. That South cut definitely indicates that.
Right, or
Is
even a
an
half
option.
flush. But
Well, the goal was the Honetsu, and it's just not getting there.
right.
At some point, you have to say, if I have 3, 4 pairs in my hand, maybe I should at least hedge the option.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable. And yeah, you can see Ando going for it here. 1-1, huh? The pair of 1 pin is interesting.
Well, you have the potential 1-5 Champon, but doesn't like it. And it's a long way off. Ooh, that's a nice fill. Doesn't
Yep.
get the 5-6-7 Sanjaku shift potential, but advances the hand, and that's really all I can look for there.
Yeah, started with 7 blocks and is very slowly, or sorry, has very quickly been shaving it down to 6-5 blocks, and they're looking better and
Right,
better.
we're just now getting towards the middle of the hand, so definitely been some speed here on those draws. But everyone's hand's slightly improving. See another pair with a 1-so. The 5 pin, and you can see there, Ando's like, couldn't you give me that on like turn 3? 3-mon's kind of loose here, but the hand's bad. The 3's being kept for Sanjaku and even potential door acceptance, but I think it's either the 3-mon or the 8 pin here.
I could see either of those.
Okay,
Going
just
with
gonna
1,
give up
2?
on this hand. Cuts the penchant. Oh, there's our Tenpai Riichi Pinfu Tanya Dora.
So once again, the dealer is back, trying to make another repeat.
This is Mongon value already. Of course, Sumo and Ipatsu Ura is Hanemon. And everyone is a little suspicious, not just because it's dealer, but just that pond is pretty scary.
Yeah,
You have a
definitely.
whole bunch of mid tiles, either a really irregular hand or a really valuable one that did a lot of shifting.
Definitely a chance at first place here. Oh, gets the winning
There
tile.
it is.
I think
That's
that's
Ura
Ura.
too.
Yeah, the Ura have been very
wow,
active.
that's Hanemon.
The Ura have been super active this game. Oh, so that was the last hand. I guess they did call
And
time.
the deal in there by Ando, you see the minus 19.2 thousand as
Ooh.
Matsuda overtakes there. And last hand gets the first place at 54.4.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Not only did she not get her dealer turn, but also dealing in big on the very last hand of the game.
Arae there with all those big hands get the 15.8 in third. Oh, no, and there at the end, just 18,000 down the drain like that in the comeback. The story was Arae for what, 70% of that match?
Right.
And then just Hanemon Sumo, and then Hanemon Roan by the other players, and you're lucky to escape with second. Those 18,000 point Hanemon dealer Hanemon tend to be important.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning. You make 7 small hands, 8 small hands, and then somebody gets a 18,000 point hand to deal
All
with
back at
Hanema.
once. Well, also it's
Yeah.
worth remembering, both of those were because of Ura bombs.
Right.
There's an Ura 3 and then an Ura 2 there on the very end. Because that was just Riichi Pinfu Tanya Dora. It needs the 2 Ura to turn that into a Hanemon.
That was something. That was a huge turnaround in the South round. The East round was full of small. You know, they say the East round is for making big hands and the South round is for making fast hands. We saw the exact opposite in this hand.
Yeah, there's a lot more positional play usually in South, but with how wide open this game was, with one person getting out and everyone getting a little frustrated, eventually the player said, I'm going to get my hand eventually, and 2 of them did, although the Oradora definitely helps in that direction.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ando did not collect any of those winning hands there.
All right, so these are the scores for today. Hyoko-do in second place with that 46.1 overall, wins the day. But second place in the group, Mahjong Sakae, with a minus 13.6 today overall.
No, that's the third game. The total for today is at the bottom.
Oh, sorry,
So,
the total for today. My bad.
That's
So
right.
we have Hyoko-do in positives for today with a 46.1. Mahjong Sakae with the plus 80 overall. Team RonRon taking the brunt of this, especially with Ando in there on the end with a minus 107.5. And we have Team Akasaka. I'll get that eventually.
Yes.
There with a minus 18.5 overall.
Yeah, the Japanese, native Japanese, are so used to saying it that it comes off their tongue almost magically. Like, you don't understand Akasaka, but for those of us who don't speak Japanese natively, Akasaka is definitely a tongue twister.
Yeah, well, it's because I kept expecting it to be Asakaka. It's like, no, that's not right. Eventually, it'll roll out correctly.
Yeah, Spica Akasaka here, taking the M Lounge, taking the third place overall. Arae got a little bit of revenge, but ended up having to take second in the last game, not able to take the first. But that does leave us with an overall result right here.
That was the chart I was looking for. And
There you
Mahjong
go.
Sakae there overall. Like, look at the scores here. You have 3 teams within 8 points.
Yeah,
Sakae in first for now, but again, these aren't real leads.
yeah.
Akasaka in 28.8, so just 2.1 back. Hyoko-do there, just 8 points back at first place at 22.9. And Team RonRon was not doing well coming into today, and now you're starting to worry.
That's a tough
But,
one,
as
especially
we
on
say-
a time game. Yeah.
Yeah, when you have that your fourth position, you don't get your dealer turn. It's very frustrating as well. But as we said, there are 2 seats that go to the second place teams, and those are closest to first place. This table looks like it very well may get one.
Yeah, we might get a Group 8 wild card for sure here. And this is with Spica Akasaka was the team that took the penalty. As you can see, the numbers don't add up to 0. It was actually Akasaka that took the penalty, not
Right,
RonRon.
the positives are less than 90 and the negatives
Right.
are 188. So
But they are hanging in there even with the penalty. So it's going to be a close match here.
well, that is intense, and they will have some very interesting games coming up.
Yeah, I'm going to be excited to see how Group 8 shakes out.
All right, then. I guess we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. We will be here tomorrow
Yes.
for a match we have been highly anticipating, which is Team WRC. We finally get to Group 16, and that's going to be at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, 9 in London, 9 p.m. or 2100.
That's right.
So we hope to see you then.
Yep, of course, as we wrap things up, shout outs to WRC and USPML, the sponsors of the stream, and the WRC team playing tomorrow. We'll see Jenn on stream, but we will also see the teammates she's been hyping up, Lika and Mio, the whole WRC team. Each one will get 1 game, so that's going to be very exciting. We are going to be a little bit biased, I suppose.
We may be biased, but I'm not saying which way. There's always the incentive to be able to rag on them, especially Jenn.
Uh-oh. And of course, if you want to make sure that you don't miss it, subscribe to the World Riichi channel for this professional commentary, as well as other videos on mahjong happenings around the world, and some little tutorial videos here and there as well. It's much appreciated. Give a thumbs up to the stream so that the algorithm can catch on. Maybe our Japanese brethren. Jenn was actually talking about how she was mentioning to some of the Japanese players today, and they're excited to see the English commentary. It's a little novelty for them, because we really are sort of pioneers, trailblazers in this English Riichi commentary.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much pro commentary out there, so we just
Right.
figured we'd take a stab. So with that, we have Tips, I believe Gemma, Chiral earlier, Jenn, and this is Corak for the Yukan Fuji Cup broadcasting team. Hope to see you tomorrow as we feature Team WRC in Group 16.
Take care, everyone.